Okay, we gotta take a detour. We're gonna stop the engine design, and we're gonna work on, well, first of all, let's commit what we have. So git bash here. We're gonna commit what we have. Okay, so let's commit what we have, and we're going to devote some time to website work. And Alright, anyways, it's going to take me a while to get situated here. I'm going to close some of this stuff here. And, oh, alright, you're already here? Alright, let's, oh, got ya. Alright, now can you, got ya, can you reply in, or at least... So, I have Discord open, and I have, like, you know, Skype open. I think, you know, if we could just switch to Discord, that would make it a little bit easier. Alright. Anyways. Yeah, let's, sorry, I'm trying to collect myself here. Okay, you're gonna sign up. Okay, got it. Anyways, I will get some stuff in order, on, like, Heroku. And we're gonna get this working, because I actually, I actually need to do this anyways. So, I know I'm all over the place, but I need to actually have a website to actually start making money as well. So... let me log in here, and I gotta put my thing up here for a second. So I'm logging into Heroku. Should be... And... let's log in here. And then... all customers... Salesforce Master. Are you domiciled in Italy? No. Okay, let's see if we have... okay, actually we do have a DEKTEN server, and it's in Go, though. Let's not do that. We got Dekazen in Node.js, though. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at my servers here. Or, sorry, my deployments, you could say. And I see I got Dekazen here, and it's in Node.js. So we have something where we can kind of start off, and I don't know if this app currently opens, or what's the deal with this. It's probably just like a hello world or something. And let's just try to get the bare bones. I would probably try to do something like fancy at one point in time. For this. Yeah, I think I was trying to, like, make a double scroll bar thing, and I was just trying to, I was trying to get too fancy here, right? I did a whole bunch of weird JavaScript stuff to, like, make my own, like, UI thing, right, where I got scroll bars on both sides. And I kind of abandoned this because, right, both of these scroll bars don't line up, right? Like, when I move this scroll bar, this scroll bar should work and whatnot. And we need to just get something basic up here. And we need to just scrap this and just start off with like maybe some type of static page, right? We're saying, you know, small clientele, just a few products. And so let's think about what the minimal kind of thing we need here is for our website. I was thinking about some things where trying to think of the software as service and trying to figure out like what you're doing. And I was thinking we could have like there's like a table of products, and there's the part costs and the labor costs, and then the margin, like the amount of basically profit I want to make on something, right? So then we could have some table that summarizes the total part costs, the total labor costs, and the total expected margins. And then I don't know, just trying to think of some stuff for what you can design in terms of what that software as service is. But let's just try to... Oh god, I shouldn't have shown that. At least I don't write down... At least that was my old password, not my new password. But yeah, let's keep this on the other screen, shall we? So I don't dox myself or give away my password and all that good stuff. Okay, so... Okay, cool. So... Okay, so yeah, let's, sorry, so I just see you over here. I have way too much stuff open right now. I'm gonna close Skype and get situated here. Yeah, and if I can... Yeah, I'm gonna close Discord as well, since you're actually responding in the chat. So I'm gonna put this over here, and we'll put this down here, and then we'll look at what you got here. Okay, there we go. I think an index page that summarizes everything about the company is a simpler solution, as well as adding a coming soon page. Yeah. So yeah, let's just throw some stuff in here. Let's throw some stuff in here and just get this damn thing working. And we can start off with not even worrying about what it looks like, right? The first part is just get it working. So let's go and gut everything. Let's just go into our E drive. Let's go, actually not in our E drive, in our R drive for repo. And we should have like a Heroku, and we should have DEKTEN. I don't even know what it was called. I don't think it's DEKTEN server though. You know what? Let's start out. Hey, how's it going, Luncho? I'm conspiring right now. So I have a modular furniture company, right? And I need to make a website for that. And right now, I need to go find the code base for this. It's been a long time since I've actually worked on this code base, so I don't even know where this is right now. So I gotta go figure out what code base that is, and I might have to pull it down. But yeah, so we're going to look at it for a second and try to figure out what the... so settings, what are we? Get Heroku. Okay, so this is it right here. I don't see anything here that's named DEKTEN, so we're just going to go new folder. We're going to name it DEKTEN, right? Because it's GH is for Get Heroku. This is DEKTEN. We're going to do a git bash here. We're just going to try to pull down from there. So now I believe if we want to pull down from here, we could do like a git init dot, right? We can make a blank repo here, I believe, right? And then we could do git remote -v. Actually, I should have just done a git clone. What am I doing here? I think this will actually work. I mean, this is very convoluted of me, but let's see if this works. I think that'll work, but this is... oh, git remote -v. We'll call it GitHub. Not GitHub, it's Heroku. And... yeah, exactly. I should have done a git clone. It's been a while. But I'm going to try this because I'm curious to see if this will actually work, so I'm going to try this, and if this doesn't work, I'm going to do a git clone. Actually, no, that doesn't work, does it? Never mind. Okay, let's just do a git clone, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Delete, yes, and I believe we're going to have to go into the root here, aren't we? If we do a git, let's just do a git clone here, so I can see where it's coming from. Yeah. I do a lot of, like, creating repos. I don't really clone much. Yeah, anyways, git clone, yes. Git clone. My bad. Okay. So let's see what's in here. Yeah, I thought I was going to do that. So let me do some hacky hack stuff here. Oh, actually, that does look like the stuff. Let's cut this. Let's cut this, put it over here. Okay, let's delete this. Actually, no, not delete that. Sorry, my bad. Delete this. And let's do git bash here, and let's just look at this. Git status. Okay, everything is clean. And we got all this stuff in here. We got, like, SQL, and we've done, like, a whole bunch of stuff in here already. But I guarantee that I don't remember what all this stuff does. This was, like, years ago. And I guarantee it's, like, over-engineered, and it's stupid, and we should probably just start over again. So let's just kind of, like, take a look around and see what we have in here. So what is this? First time setup script. Okay, so we're adding, like, Postgres. Sure. Okay. And we got a server.js. Package.json. Okay, let's just nuke it. Let's nuke it. I'm going to nuke this. And I'll keep server.js, but I'm just going to nuke a whole bunch of stuff. And we're just going to figure out how to do everything over again, because I guarantee you that it's going to be easier if we just start over, I think. So to do first time setup script. I guess that's kind of important. Let me just delete this. I'm going to delete all this. I'm going to nuke. Do I want to take a look at dev notes? Well, I already deleted it. I guess we could Control Z here. Or actually, can we? Nope, too late. Actually, I think I already have a copy in here, so we could take a look at these dev notes. So it looks like I re-cloned it. So let's see what I did. I probably did something batshit crazy. Okay, product. Oh, did I... Oh, actually, you know what? Take that back. There's actually some good stuff in here. Maybe I shouldn't just nuke this. Now that I'm remembering what was in here, I kind of like what was in here. I changed my mind. Now that I look at those dev notes, I'm gonna rename this. Rename this to DEKTEN. Right, name it the same thing as what we had in here. Yeah, some of the stuff in here is kind of good. Never mind. Let's start with what we already have, because there's already a server here. But there is some batshit crazy stuff in here. Routing table, actions table, folder table, user something or other table. So I did everything from the ground up. Like, I don't use any libraries, so I'm just, like, I'm not even using express.js. I'm just doing, like, my own routing. And then, yeah, so this could get kind of complicated. Routing table. So, we route this path, gives me this file, and this is the MIME type. Alright, let's make sure this is up to date. Git bash here. Git status. Okay, that's up to date. Let's just look at server.js here. request URL. Oh boy, this is going to take a lot of time to figure out. It's literally been... okay, well here's our main... I see process.environment.port, so this must be the main entry point right here. This big old whatever the heck this is. Yeah, create server, the server request, and the server response. So the first thing we want to look at is this, and the question is, where's the main... If we just go to the root of the site, like where is that kind of happening? So SOB is for a state object bundle. We're creating like this new state object. It has the server request and the server response in it. Very basic routing, routing table, actions table, folder table. Okay. Okay, so server request URL, we're just going to uppercase it, so we don't want anything case sensitive. And if the server request URL, okay, so if this is the root, right? If this is the root of the site, it looks like we're using home.htm, and we were trying to get really fancy here. Okay, so home.htm looks like what we need to look at, because write head, and it's writing... now, what is a 302? Is that like a redirect? Yeah, I think that's a redirect. Done this way because I don't want an entire table of redirects. I do not want a folder aliases remapping. Okay, got it. So I'm trying to eliminate some redirection here. Okay, let's go open up the home.htm. So it looks like home.htm is where that is. Pages and home.htm. Let's just go look at that and see what's in here. So we have... we have a script, we got a script, and then we don't really have much in here. So I'm going to guess that, oh, home.js. So I'm basically building the entire, site right now in JavaScript, using like a jQuery to create the HTML is being generated in jQuery. So home.js must be the actual jQuery code that's generating this page. And the reason for that is, yeah, so dec new content view. So I'm creating like a new content view, and then I'm loading some images. And that's all good and whatnot, but let's start over here. Let's take all this, and we're getting way too... there's a lot of things in the system that I programmed that I really like. For instance, in this code base, I actually have a way to pragmatically search through the database of products using API calls. So there is some actually really awesome stuff in here. But a lot of stuff is like over-engineered, where it's like, yeah, there's some cool features, but we really just need to get a website working. So jQuery we need to include, but we're not going to include any other scripts for now. And then we're just going to create like a, as you can see, there's no actual HTML in here, right? It's like there's a head and there's no body. So we need to create a body here. And then we also need to create a HTML page, right? HTML, like, encompass this into an HTML tag. Okay. And then we'll just put, like, a P, hello world here. And let's just get some basic static content. Oh, crap. All right. I am not up to... Hello, peoples. I am not up to the usual thing today. So it's not gonna be that interesting. If you were expecting game design stuff, goodness, how much? So if you're still here, how much can I tell them about what's really going on here? Because, I don't want to say what's really going on. I can just keep on you know, doing the high-level overviews as I'm working on my company page. Okay, nothing, got it. Yeah, so anyways, I'm working on the web page for my business. And so if you were expecting game engine stuff today, that is not what's going to be happening. We are working on the website for like my modular building block furniture stuff. So we can show you what that is really quick, since maybe you haven't seen that, and then we're just going to work on a Node.js server to get something up and running really quick. So if I go into my utility patents folder, I can show you really quick kind of the stuff I've been working on mechanically, and then from there, I mean, if you guys want to go, I mean, I'm not going to hold it against you, because I know that most of you people who have watched me before have been watching for, you've been watching for game engine stuff, not this kind of stuff. So, perfectly acceptable. So these are some modular building blocks I've patented, and the idea is I want something kind of like IKEA mixed with Lego, which is kind of stereotypical. But one thing I find with, like, people trying to make modular building block, furniture-sized building blocks, is a lot of the stuff looks like a fucking toy. And I want something where I can make something that looks like an art piece that I can actually sell for a decent amount of money. So, like, for this table design here, I actually want to target something around, like, at least $4,000. So the end design, like, this will be made out of acrylic. Eventually I want to make these out of aluminum, but casting out of aluminum is a little bit difficult, so we're going to laser cut all these parts. It takes about a month just to cut all these parts, right? After we have all these parts cut, we put bolts through where all these holes are, and then on the top here you see these 9 gaps, these 9 holes. We bolt panels into there, right? And we're going to try to bolt panels that have, like, infinity mirrors in them, right? So we have this, like, LED infinity mirror tabletop. But the first tabletop I'm going to do, because I don't think my electronics guy is going to get back to me in enough time, I'm going to do, like, just a backlit epoxy and wood tabletop. And I think I've already shown you the design for that. So you can see there's this little gap right here. So anywhere within this frame, we can put electronics. And hopefully, Yevgenos, this kind of, like, since I'm giving you the business pitch, this will kind of help you as well. So we can put... If you are inside of the frame, you can go from one point inside of the frame to any other point within inside the frame without ever exiting the frame, right? So once I get cords inside the frame, I can wire up the table as I see fit, right? And then right here is where the cord goes from inside the frame to inside this gap here, and this is where we put the LED electronics to make the tabletop light up. So I think you can kind of see the interlocking design here, right? There's a lot of surface area, and that's why it takes a whole month just to cut all these pieces, right? So I can't afford to sell this for a cheap price, just because the amount of labor that goes into this is completely ridiculous. So here's the basic dimensions, right? So it's 20.75 inches on the top. It's about 23 inches high. So here's the inner dimensions. So if you're getting an idea of the size of the individual panels, they kind of plug into these gaps, and the panels have a little hole in the middle of them that allow us to put a hex bolt through it and bolt those panels into position. So I'm just mocking up kind of like where I want a tabletop to go and like what that would look like. And this is way too thick. This looks ugly. This is another design. This is for like a milk crate kind of a thing, but the idea is that when you stack milk crates, one of the problems with stacking milk crates is you can never get to the stuff on the bottom, right? So with a design like this, you can stack these, and you can still get to the stuff at the bottom. This is like a guardrail to make sure that items don't fall outside of the crate if you kind of like pack items in here very tightly. And I swear I had more. Where is the other stuff? Why is it not going any further than this? I thought I had more images in here. Hold on. Let's try to reopen this and see if we can get more stuff. Okay, so we got some tool paths, some cutting paths. This somewhere in here I have like the mold design. This is CNC plans for taking like a butcher block and then just you know, milling out a butcher block to make one solid tabletop. Unfortunately, to glue together a whole bunch of 2x4s and mill it out on a shop bot is actually very time intensive, and right now I think the better approach for this tabletop, and it might seem like a worse approach, but with my current skill level, I got to think about like what my current skill level is and what I can currently do to make a professional product. I think that what I really need to do is I need to just bolt in a whole bunch of panels in here, like make the panels modular, and then after I bolt the panels in place, I clear coat the entire tabletop with epoxy, right? So we don't really want a table that has a whole bunch of gaps in it, right? Because if you spill something on that, that would be a nightmare to clean up if like all the panels are modular and there's like big cracks here, there's seams, right? We don't want seams in our tabletop, because then if someone spills liquid on it, that's just going to be a nightmare. So I'm thinking we bolt in the panels individually and then we cover it with epoxy. I think that's the best bet I have for how this is going to work. So this is the mold design for how I'm going to pour aluminum into a water jet cut steel mold. So we're going to take some steel, we're going to water jet cut these 4 cross sections, and we're going to use this as a mold, right? So you see these big holes here? These big holes are just funnels, right? So they're funnels so that when I'm pouring the molten aluminum, it kind of funnels into the smaller holes and goes into these cavities, right? And then once I have everything in these cavities, I can use a drill press to drill out the holes that need to be in these parts. What else do we have in here? I know we have some actual photos of the of those crates, so I want to show you that. And then we're going to get back to like the website coding stuff. But I figure since you're here, you might want to see something interesting. So here's one of the crates, finished crate. The bolts are actually what hold this together. The compressive force of the bolts on each side of the panel is what holds the connectors in place, right? And so these designs are made of 2 basic components. There's the bones, which are the connectors, and then there's the panels, right? So it's bones and panels, and I use that to modularly create kind of stuff like this, right? So here's like a little scaffolding, just demonstrating that I can kind of like create like any kind of structure that I want with these kind of simple parts. And here's like the first coffee table prototype. It's made with parts that are half the thickness of what they actually need to be. Okay, you gotta leave? Okay, you'll be on Discord or Skype. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I'll be working on like just a basic web page for this, and on Node.js, and then we'll figure stuff out from there. So yeah, so this is the basic table. The parts are half thickness. That's why you're seeing these bolts kind of stick out like excessively. They're not supposed to stick out that much, but because all the parts are half thickness, you have a lot more extension on the bolts, right? It looks a little bit more ugly than it should, I guess. So in here you can see you have these nice paths for cords, right? So we can put some cords in here, wire this up with all the circuitry we need. There was a hypothesis or an idea that we could try to plasma cut the inner layer with like plasma cut steel, and then we could put the acrylic on the outside. So you notice that the acrylic laser cut stuff has nice sharp edges, and the steel looks pretty ugly, right? These edges are very rough and wobbly, but structurally the steel fits together, but it just looks ugly as hell. So the idea was like, oh, maybe we could put steel for the bottom layer, and then we could put the acrylic on the top layer, and then we could get like the nice look of the steel with the acrylic on the top. And so that is still something that I might actually want to consider, because I'm renting machine shop time. I have a limited amount of time I'm allowed to use on the laser cutter and a limited amount of time I'm allowed to use on the plasma cutter. So if I'm using both the plasma cutter and the laser cutter, I kind of double the productivity I have. So I might want to think about that. However, this first design, I'm trying to keep things as simple as possible. So I'm just sticking to the laser cutter and just making the table purely out of acrylic. And hopefully that doesn't kill me from just making things suck. I don't know. So right here, 2 crates. Here's some aluminum ingots. Here is one of the frames that I gave to my circuitry guy, so he could figure out how to rig in some LEDs and whatnot. Right, some close-ups, right? So close-ups of what these look like. So the idea is that if we put a bolt here, with that wood tabletop, we could carve little tiny holes in the bottom of the wood tabletop, and this right here could be like a locator pin. So we could just set the big wood slab just directly onto the tabletop. And that's one option for how to make the table, right? So here's a whole bunch of slabs of wood glued together and planed. I was experimenting with a pipe design. So here we actually milled out the wood, and the idea is that this could, like, this is the bottom of the table, and it could set in between, like, a pipe frame or something. And then when I experimented with the pipe frame, I'm like, actually, it's a lot harder to make a cube out of pipes than I thought, so I abandoned that. This looks like 2 big slabs of wood. This looks like two slabs kind of set on top of each other. It's actually 1 slab, but we milled in here halfway so that we have this big groove that the panel can rest on. The problem with this design here is that it's actually higher quality than it looks, right? So this looks like I have 2 big slabs of wood and I glued them together, but this is actually a unibody design, right? So I just took 1 big butcher block and I just milled into it very deeply, but now it looks like it's 2 big slabs of wood. So I don't like this design because, you know how, like, people will, like, they'll make shoes, but they'll make the shoes look higher quality than they really are? Like, you'll buy a shoe and you'll think that the shoe is lasted because it'll have the stitching around the soles. So you think you have, like, a high-quality lasted shoe, and then it falls apart on you, like, a few weeks later because the damn thing was just glued together. But they, like, but they made it look higher quality than it is, right? We have the opposite problem going on here, right? This looks lower quality than it is because it's actually 1 nice, solid, sturdy unibody slab of wood, right? Because we just made a giant butcher block. But then this grooving that we put in here makes it seem like it's 2 slabs of wood. So we got to abandon that design because I mean, like, it's bad to be shady and make your stuff look higher quality than it is, but it's bad for you to make your stuff look less quality than it is. Does that make any sense, right? Something has to be high quality, but it also has to look high quality, right? There's the reality of what it is, but then if nobody knows that it's that, it's like if you took a bar of gold and you, like, spray painted it, you know, a rusty metallic color, so it looks like a rusted bar of iron, right? And then you tried to sell it to somebody, and they're like, "Oh, this looks pretty cheap. Why would I want this?" Right? Like, that's kind of the problem I have here. So we have, like, different small cutting patterns for the plasma cutter. And anyways, we're just gonna get to the website work. So, I got, like, a little hello world here. We're just going to try to get a just basic no frills kind of web page going here. And so I'm gonna just save this as, I don't know, Dekazen pages. I'm just gonna call this simplehome.htm. And I need some better syntax highlighting. I'm going to call this simplehome.htm. And then over in my routing path here, we're going to change this. Like, if we're going here, we're going to say pages, simplehome.htm. We're just going to try to get the hello world to show up, and then we're just going to go from there. So let's kind of move some stuff around so that we are in a good place to get this up and going here. Okay, so let's do a git bash here. And... okay. Let's do git status. Git add dot. Git status. Git commit dash am. Just ship the damn thing. Okay. So there's a lot of fancy stuff in this code base. A lot of this code is written in a really, you know, iteration. It's all about iteration, right? Like, your first shot at anything is not going to be good, and you need successive iterations to make a good code base. And really, it'd be nice if I could do more iterations of this. But right now, we just need to get something working. So, let's do git remote. So we're going to push that up to Heroku. And we're going to see if that the new man page just has like a hello world in it, right? And we're just going to try to... I absolutely hate HTML. I hate it all. I don't like doing web code at all. But we need to get a minimal website working for the company. So we gotta tackle this eventually. So pages home. Oh, actually no, that's because if we go to the root. Okay, so we got this little hello world here. So that's showing up, and we might want to not do this nonsense here. Some of this nonsense in here was because I was procedurally using JavaScript and jQuery to create my user interface because I hate writing HTML code manually. So we're just going to have to say... okay, we'll just call it that, and let's think about what do we need here. Let's create like a script tag, because let's create a script tag so we just have a place to put comments, because I do not want to have to write that stupid HTML comments of, like, you know, exclamation, blah, 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 like this stuff. This style sucks. Like, I hate that. Like, that is so annoying. I don't want to do that. So let's just make this a script, and let's just throw in, like, a big multi-line comment thingy so that we can have a place to put some notes here about what we actually need for this site, right? So we need, like, I don't know, about and products, and request a quote, maybe? Yeah, something like that, where it's not a, we're not gonna do a, we're not gonna do like a whole like shopping cart system or whatnot. We just need something kind of basic. About, products, request a quote, and I suck at HTML. So, unordered list, HTML unordered list. Do we have a shortcut for that? Nope. Or that's not even. Okay. So I believe it's like an unordered list like this. And then we have like list items in here, right? So we should be able to do like li and then some item, right? Like, I believe this is how unordered lists work. And I would like a shortcut for that. So if I can get my shortcuts maybe over here and use them. Do we have a HTML? Okay, so we do have, it's called unordered list. I just want to find that shortcut, so next time I do this, I'm not good at HTML, so I'm not going to remember this stuff. I just want kind of those shortcuts at my fingertips. Okay. So yeah, unordered list like this. We're going to do like about I don't know how to spell catalog. Request a quote. Something like that. And let's go figure out how to spell catalog really quickly because I don't know how to spell. Catalog. No UE, it's just catalog. Now, catalog. Wait, hold on. Verb, catalog. Difference between catalog and catalog. Okay, catalog is other parts of the... Okay, so I did spell it correctly, just not in American English, huh? Yeah, I'll stick with that. Catalog, request a quote. Okay, cool. And then don't we actually need to... Can we put a URL in that? Can we do like an anchor tag, right? It's an anchor tag, href equals www.lego.com, and then we can put that in there, I think. Yes? I don't know HTML. I believe that's a thing we can do. Let's give that a shot and see if that is a... Let's see if we can give that a shot, and let's throw this over here on this side. And yeah, so now I'm not actually doing like a local server. Like it does take a little bit to like wait for this to like push up, but it's like, you know what? If you noticed, I'm kind of a very minimalistic person, so I'm gonna wait the time to get that up, just so that if it works, it works, right? I don't have to be like, oh, well, it works on my local server, but oh my god, when I actually try to test it live, it doesn't work. I cowboy coding this. So let's go to lego.com. Oh, serve exposed, serve not found. So this is going... Okay, so this is going to... This is not an absolute URL. This is, well, whatever. We can work with that. So, now that I see that this is not an absolute URL, that's fine. We can do, let's just do about, I'm going to say simple about .html, and then we'll do kind of the same thing for every one of these things. So we'll just take this and say paste these in here, and then we'll kind of cap these off. And this is why I do not like to do HTML code, because you notice I have a very specific column limit that I like to keep, and good luck keeping the column limit that I like to keep when we're doing kind of crap like this. So we could try to maybe keep this if we really want to just break things apart in just weird ways. So simple about, simple catalog, and simple quote.html, right? So, So simple about simple.htm. So these are going to route to, for now, just route to static HTML to get something up and running. Worry about jQuery generated layouts later. Okay, yeah, so we're just going to worry about jQuery generated layouts later. We just want to get something kind of working. So, so we want to create a simple about, simple... Actually, let's do simple and then do slash, right? So simple dot, right, make a simple folder, right? So, let's open this in Explorer. And let's create a new folder. So new folder, we'll call this simple. Make a note here, or new text document. And we're just going to say about this folder. I don't know, about this folder. And what am I doing? We don't want to actually name that. We want to go txt. And this folder contains static web pages that do not generate their HTML using jQuery. So I don't use any frameworks. When I do want to generate HTML code, I use jQuery because it's pretty simple, pretty easy to do. jQuery isn't really a framework, right? It's just a whole bunch of things that make all of your DOM code kind of like cross-platform, if that makes sense, because different browsers, especially like Internet Explorer, kind of like their DOM manipulation functions can be slightly different. Okay, so in here, let's just create new text document. We're going to call this one about.htm, right? Then we're going to create another one, new text document. We're going to create a catalog.htm, and then we're going to file new. We're going to create a text document. We're going to create quote.htm. Is that what I just call it? Yeah, catalog and quote. Okay, cool, yeah. And let's put this back over here. Or do we already have one of these open here? Sure, why not? And do I need this open? Yeah, I kind of need that open. Let's just open these all in Notepad++, or not, because it doesn't. How about what is it? Shift right click? No? Alt right click? No? Control right click? Open with code. Do I have to do one at a time to do that? Shift. Open with. There's an open with. Oh, there's an open. Whatever. Yeah, so let's open that with Notepad++. Let's close this. Let's close that. Let's close... nope, don't keep that in the editor. And do you have a new HTML? Can I just do new HTML page? Do I have like a header, a thing for that? Looks like I have a little snippet for that. Doc type HTML, title, hello world. Oh, hey, look. Okay, very cool, very cool. Now, we're not gonna, you know, make this a page of C streamers, though. So, let's just say, quote, and... Okay, make it, request a quote, something, 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 save that. Okay, and then let's go open the other ones. So, we got a catalog, we got an about. So let's just go paste that, let's go paste that. Save, save, then just change things, you know, change it to an about. And, you know, Yeah, so this, and then over here, catalog, product catalog, right? Product catalog. Then we'll just say this is product catalog. Okay. And so we got all these things, and they're all within the simple folder. And so if we try to, like, if we deploy this, those links should just work. And git commit -am. Let's try to do all that in one go there. And we will, yeah. So the idea right now is just to have something basic, so that when people say, like, what are you up to? What are you doing? What kind of stuff are you working on? Right? We have something to show people. And we got to start somewhere, right? So if we do, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. And we can route. I have my domain through Google, so we could actually route this right now. So let's go route that right now. So I believe, as long as I've paid all my fees, I mean, I've been kind of broke lately, but www.dekten.com. Hopefully, we still own this domain. So let's go to, I'm going to go put this in another browser really quick, put it up. I don't want to accidentally leak any kind of confidential information. So I'm just going to look for Google domains for a second. So this should be through Google domains because GoDaddy kind of screws me over a lot. So we're going to see if, hopefully we still own this domain. And we're going to route to it. But before I kind of like show you what I have, I don't want to expose any passwords or anything. So I'm going to make sure that what I'm seeing here isn't like totally confidential. Okay, cool. So yeah, so anyways, let's go look at our domains here. So this is on Google Domains, and I actually do have dekten.com, and so we're going to go into manage, and we're going to see how we can just forward, right? We're just going to forward to Visa. Is that the correct? Okay, so there should be forwarding somewhere in here, like domain forwarding. New to Google Domains, next steps, billing, build a website, forward to an existing web page. Yeah, forward domain. We just want to do some domain forwarding, right? So we're going to forward this to Heroku, right? The forward URL is going to be www. I actually don't remember. Heroku. And it's this thing here. So we want to forward to just this, right? So this is where we want to forward to. So let's go steal that for a second. Bam. Advanced options. Let's go look at that. It's a temporary redirect, a permanent redirect. Allows you to propagate changes to your forwarding address quickly. Permanent redirect allows browsers to cache the forwarding address. This may help resolve more quickly. Changes may take longer to propagate. Path forwarding. Okay, this is actually what I want to look at here. Do not forward. Uh-huh. Forwards the path after the domain name to the same path at the new address. Okay. I'm not quite sure I understand this. So is this where it's actually going? I'm pretty sure I want path forwarding. Let's go make sure we understand what that is. Because I want it to behave in a way where if you're not super savvy with how, website technology works, then I want it to actually look like it's coming from DEKTEN.com and not actually coming from Heroku. Okay, so path forwarding lets you forward the path after the domain name to the same path at the new domain. Yeah, that's what I expected, yeah. Use path forwarding when the domain you're forwarding to has the same structure as the current domain. For example, if you're forwarding to documentationexample.com to example.com, your domain could be forwarded in the following days. With path forwarding on, documentationexample.com/about.html redirects to example.com/about.html. Excellent, that's kind of what I want. With path forwarding off, documentationexample.com/about.html redirects to example.com. Okay, yeah, path forwarding. So basically, with path forwarding off, it doesn't do anything. It just routes to your web page, right? No matter what you do. Okay, yeah. So path forwarding, definitely want to do forwarding path. I'm not sure about the redirects. Let's not worry about that too much. And forwarding over SSL allows redirects to work over HTTPS. Can take 24 hours to become active. Oh, right, so that means we can't do HTTPS, can we? Ooh, I really would like to do that, but let's do that forward. And that may actually take some time. I don't think that's going to work right away, or will it? Temporary redirect, forward path, SSL is on. Okay, so from dekazin.com, we want to be able to get to our Heroku stuff. So let's try. I don't think it's going to work right away. I mean, it might. Let's see if it forwards. Yeah, so it's not going to forward right away. I don't know how long that takes. Yeah, so let's yeah, so it could take 24 hours to do this, is what it's saying, right? So if we try something, I already have something that forwards, like www.catresume.com will forward to my Kickstarter, where I did resumes for cats. So, so yeah, this thing right here. I actually can show you some of those resumes sometime if somebody wants to ask me, but we're not doing this right now, so let's not worry about that. I am worried that this is not going to forward, though. The requested URL is not... Oh boy, I just got spammed with bots. Let's let's look at this forwarding for a second. Make sure that we're actually doing this correctly. That's not what I want to do. Let's make sure that this forwarding address actually gets us something, or if, like, we have some weird routing problem. No, that, I see. So that's like a... We might want to... No, I mean, that should... Blah. Let's take that for a second. I'm getting a 404. Now, what if I do pages.home, right? Because we have URL forwarding. No dice, huh? Okay. So let's not worry too much about that. Let's just try to get something going here. So, what are we going to do here? I guess we just need kind of like some images and stuff. And, I don't know, I guess just put some images in here, I guess. Image tag. And oh god, just no. And we need a style max width 100%. I don't know. Let's try to. Image tag doesn't have an end thing. Image tag is like a one tag kind of thing. Let's go look at that. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, that's fine. So let's say, I guess we'll have to create some images, right? So we'll have to, Now, I know I have like a database where I'm storing images, but let's just try to keep things static for now. So let's create like an image folder, and let's just upload some of the stuff we already have. And I would like to keep everything. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take some professional photos right now. I got a light box. I can actually take some professional photos of what I have. So I'm going to go on a quick break. I'm going to go on a quick break so I'm just going to step over and take some photos. So let's actually take some professional photos. So I'm going to give myself like, I would say no more than 20 minutes. It should take about 20 minutes to just take some photos of like one of the products that I already have, and then I'll be right back after that. So let me just set this timer for 20 minutes. I'm gonna take some photos, gonna fix them up, whatever. It might take less than 20 minutes. We'll figure it out. Nobody's watching anyway. So let's close this and let's see. Let's go find that drive where we took those pictures. Let's try to get something to. So USB drive, H drive. I don't even know what drive it is. DCIM. That looks like what I. Oh, geez. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna stop the stream, or no, I'm gonna do. Tech demo day. We're not working on toggle tile now. I'm working on web work right now. Okay. So hold on. Let me make sure that there's nothing incriminating on here for a second. So we got some good pictures. Where's the thing that I want to sell here? That actually looks pretty good. That last one. Okay. Let's go. I'm gonna. Okay, let's go kind of crop this up. Alright, let's go crop this up and let's keep everything to like 512 by 512. Right? Is that good enough? What is it? Shift? Shift gets me a square. Okay, and then really quick, let's just try to mask this off and try not to worry about it too much. But really quickly, we just want to mask it. And I don't know how hard this is going to be here, but let's just try to let's not worry about doing a perfect mask. Let's just get around the borders and just get enough to where it doesn't look like complete crap when we so right here is going to be a problem. So let's oops. I think it's kind of blown out over here. Yeah, it's kind of blown out over here. So it looks like over here kind of has like this little edge right here. And yeah, so we just want to go bam. And then, whoa, all the way over here, all the way over here. Then blown out over here. Let's get all the way back here. Let's just try to manually kind of get this little chip right here if we can. I don't know if that we're going to be able to get that. Okay, let's not worry about that. Let's just try to get a basic. We'll scrub around it later after we get the basic kind of thing here. Okay. And then over here it's kind of difficult. Let's not worry about that part. Let's just try to, you know, do this, right? So let's go select, then go over here, let's go delete. And then let's remove this mask for a second. Let's go, let's create like a kind of white version of this. Let's duplicate this. Let's duplicate this. Let's delete this. Let's just pour some white fill in there. I am not good at editing photos, so it's not my thing. Okay. And then I guess from there, if this is how we're gonna roll, we're gonna have to clean up these different areas. So let's call this cleanup, and then let's just start kind of like slowly brushing away at stuff, I guess. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay. And if we can just kind of go like that. Okay, not bad, not bad. And then in here, we just gotta clean up this junk here, right? So let's kind of like, Okay. Get a smaller brush. Do some fine detailing here. Because that's what it's gonna take. And an even smaller brush, because we gotta get in here. We gotta get in here kind of deep. Like that, maybe. Let's go bump this up to like a 2. And keep on doing our thing. Okay. Well, let's bump that up to like a 3. Luckily, most of our stuff is very rectilinear, so makes it not too hard to clean this up to like an acceptable level without having to get like too crazy, you know. Okay, and then we could just go make the brush even bigger and just kind of like, oops, kind of erase that. Erase that. Okay, let's go look at that. Let's see what that looks like. That's not too bad, not too bad. So I'm going to go save this in the products folder. So file, save as, and I'm going to go into the my repos folder, and I'm going to go find Dekazen. I'm going to go into my pages. I'm going to go into the simple. I'm going to go into the images and just say crate dot png. We gotta flatten this, don't we? Okay, and flatten. And also, let's resize this. Let's resize this to... Oh, let's resize everything to 512 by 512 if we can, right? So, image, resize. We're going to go 512 by 512. And view actual size, right? So all right, sure. And save that. And let's close this. Incriminating. Yes, did I say incriminating? I may have said incriminating. Sad. Yeah, it is incriminating. So yeah, I can't tell you. I can't tell you because it's incriminating. Yeah, now if it was just me, if I wasn't conspiring, yeah, if I wasn't, sorry. Yeah, if I wasn't, sorry. If I wasn't conspiring, then maybe I could tell you what I'm up to. I can tell you some of the things I'm up to, I just can't tell you the why. I can't tell you the why. You know, because I asked, if you remember at the beginning of the chat, I asked Yevgenos if I could kind of, like, say what I was up to, and they were like, nope. So I can't tell you what I'm up to. I can tell you the basic overview of what I'm up to, but I can't tell you, I can't tell you some nitty-gritty details, just because, otherwise our cover is blown. So, but anyways, let's get that image in there, right? So we have that, like, we have that crate whatever. Let's just do crate.png. Let's do image. So it's in the images folder right now. So image/crate.png, something like that. And let's try to keep everything quite simple. And yeah, everybody left because I'm doing stupid web work stuff. Basic pages. 2. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about the commit messages. This is just going to be a whole bunch of... You have to commit in order to... if you want to deploy to Heroku, you must commit. If the commit does not pass, then you cannot deploy to Heroku. So if things are completely broken with your build system and Heroku detects that, you'll be out of luck here. So we're just going to see if we can get just one little image kind of showing up here, right? And see if we have our URL routing Our URL routing says FU is what that says. Let's go look at that for a second. So I'm going to guess that that whatever this is, let's go look at page source here for a second. Image/crate.png, and if we click that, pages simple image crate.png, deconc serve expose serve not found. Okay, so you know what it is? It's that serve exposed means to serve an exposed folder, so I have to open up this image folder to be in an exposed folder, and right now it's not. I'm gonna guess that's what that means. So if we go into our router, we got to go in our router for a second, and if we look at the folders table, right? So it makes folder public. You see in the comment it says makes folder public. So this is like a routing table, but it's for specifically exposing certain folders, right? So we see folders table, blah blah blah. So folders table looks like it's probably included from somewhere else, right? So in this file by priority, oh no, it's probably up here. Folders table. So got pages. Don't use this part for now. Web pages. So products. So we actually have like a products SQL kind of a thing here. Library. So we're just gonna go, you know, pages /simple /img, and just say don't use this part for now. And if we put that into our routing table, pages, simple, and images, then anything inside that images folder should now be public, right? So this is just the way I set up my router. And honestly, there's a lot of stuff I just don't remember about this code base. So this is just a lot of this is just gonna probably be a nightmare, honestly, to just make things work, because I'm just not gonna know what's going on here. But yeah, let's just try to get this working. So if you want to check out, so we go on LinkedIn for a second. Let's go on LinkedIn. LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn, this is me. Probably have to make this a little bit more, more professional. But I've been starting like a company page. So this is like my company page, right here. And we probably should work on it a little bit more. But we need to make like an actual page for like, right, there's not really much here. Hey, if you would like to become a member of my company for no pay, but just put it yourself on LinkedIn, I could, you know, I could use more people at my company just to make me look bigger. Just saying. But yeah, there's not really much here yet, because I'm just trying to get started, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Anyways, so let's go see if that kind of worked. If we can get this image. Application error. Oh God. Did I really screw up some syntax here already? Doesn't look like it. I got this oh crap! I didn't close my quote. Didn't close my quote mark. Probably should have some more syntax highlighting to fix that. And let's make a note of this. That just means don't use this part for now. That's all that means. And we didn't even commit that, did we? Did we commit that change? Oh yeah, I think we used like the... Well, we'll find out right over here. Come on. Serve exposed. Hold on. Git status. Um, let's look at the routing table here. Pages is supposed to be publicly exposed, so wouldn't that mean that Pages' simple image would also be publicly exposed? I don't know. You don't have a LinkedIn account? Well, you know, you could get one. Okay. So, let's try this again. Okay, I needed to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. And we'll try to figure this out. Okay, so what the hell am I doing here wrong? Pages, simple, image, crate. Okay. No, that's what I expected. Pages, simple, crate. Oh, you know what? Is it expecting... Does the case matter here? Is it screwing me over on case? Let's try to fix that. I don't even know why that didn't look right. Oh, did we push to Git the last time and not to Heroku? Because that would make a difference. Come on. So what else do we have exposed? Because I know we have some other directories that are exposed. So if we do like SQL Pro right here, if we do this, I believe we have. I know we have some way to get access to kind of like assets. So like SQL. If we do something like that, yeah. So we have like this thing here. And so we have these directories here, right? So array of strings directory, array of strings files, and there's nothing in terms of files here. Let's take this for a second and do pages slash simple slash img. If we do this, we see, hey, look, we have an array of files. It's called pages slash simple slash image slash crate, and then we're not seeing anything. And I have no clue why that would be. Because if we do this over here, right, we can see this stuff here. We see these are like absolute, these are kind of like, they're not relative and they're not absolute. They're absolute from the SQL folder, right? All these paths here. And that's by design, right? So since pages simple img is exposed, all of these are going to be relative to pages simple img, and we can see this crate.png in here. So if we go like find this coffee table, because I know like I have a placeholder image for a lot of this stuff, and we just go in here, we're going to see, hey, look, we have more directory listings, and we see, oh, hey, look, we have a coffee table, and we have like a o1.png. So if we do o1.png, we see, hey, look, PNG, nice. So I'm thinking that that this is a problem because the directory listing here is stating that the lowercase png. I'm going to guess that that is actually creating a problem for me. So we're going to rename this as bolted crate.png. We're gonna just rename it like this so that we can register the correct case there. This is just hackish as heck, but we gotta get something working here. So git status, git add dot, git commit dash am case matters, and then git push GitHub master, or actually Heroku master. So I think that is what's causing the problem. I think the case sensitivity is just screwing me over. And we really don't want that to matter. So we should figure out how to fix that if that's the case. And we'll figure that out as we go. Okay, so if we do this, and let's just refresh. So we'll usually see like wood crate or something like that, or bolted crate. And if we do images slash bolted crate.png, there we go, bolted crate.png. Yeah, so case matters. We got to make sure that all our file paths are capitalized. Okay, cool. So now if we go into this product catalog, do we see, well, no, we don't see that because in the product catalog, we named it, so we got to go bolted crate. And DEKTEN okay, so rename that, and let's try to just find our big commit message here where we just kind of like do everything. Basic pages, just call this 4. Go push that up. And then we're going to see what we got here. And so I'm not a good web designer here. So let's just try to get this working. And then, okay, so if we refresh this now, do we have like a nice kind of, oh, nice. Okay, cool. So I got this like little thing here. And from here, we want to keep the stuff kind of minimalistic. And I don't know how we're going to do this. Do we have like a minimalistic slides, image gallery? All right, yeah, if you want to, you want to give it a shot? Because I will give you access. Like, if you want to, like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I mean, do you stream, by the way? Because if you stream, I can also just watch your stream, and we can switch roles. But I can actually give you... You've been watching my stuff for a while. Let me go find the URL for that for a second. And I can go give you access to... Oh, you don't stream? Okay. Well, let me go find it. Let me go on GitHub. Go find this for a second. Over Discord? Yeah, let's do Discord. Yeah, let's do Discord. We can do Discord. Let me go open up Discord for a second. I got too much stuff open. So let's go look at Josh Chat, which is my alias for Discord, because I usually use this to talk to my artist. And, like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So yeah, this would be me on Discord right here. Let's go throw that in there. Oh yeah, I can give you the GitHub access, and then we can just try not to touch the same files at the same time. But yeah, so go message me on Discord. And I think I would see a direct message from you popping up here once you message me on Discord. And then I will go into here. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go get status. I don't know. I want to go get remote for a second. So we have GitHub. So git remote-v. What is GitHub? So you'll probably need... I'll make you a... I will make you a... I'll give you access to this once I know you're... you sent me a request? Okay. So let's go over here and... Okay, friends. Okay. This one you in the middle? Or... This sounds like somebody I thought I would already... Oh, wait. Pending. My bad. And Perry, accept. Give that a little check mark. New direct messages. Okay. Let's do that. Boom. Hey. And then once you're kind of like messaging me on here, I'll put the Discord chat like up here in case somebody else messages me. And then yeah, I was like, wait, wait a second. After I saw this, I'm like, wait, I already added you to the, or Don Ho already added you to the meme group because I know you posted in Cringe a while ago. Okay, awesome. Let me. Okay, I'm gonna go put this on another monitor since I'm gonna throw you the GitHub stuff. And I mean, I guess, you know, the GitHub stuff is technically already out there. But I'll give this to you, and then I can show you how to deploy your own version on Heroku if you want, so that you can mess with stuff. So this is that, and then let me go give you access though, right? I gotta give you access, so I need your GitHub so that I can give you an invite. And DEKTEN server, let's go find that. And yes, also I can give you I don't want top level folders, but we should probably make some kind of a hackish. So what I should do kind of hackishly is make like a devs folder, and then like different devs can just have their own folders full of like stuff they're working on, like kind of like a public personal folder, if you will, for like if you just want to like throw some random notes or something in a folder really quick that like everyone can see. So like a hackish Dropbox basically, right? So this is my name, but if I could throw like make a top level folder called devs and then just put you in there. So but yeah, I'm gonna need your GitHub. I'm gonna need your GitHub, and yeah, sure, let's do our own branches, even though I don't know much about Git, but been forever since I used branching. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? It could be good practice for me. It could be good practice for me if I get using some branches, so W. Okay, yeah, I'll go look for that. Yeah. So let's go and look at security. I think it's in security, and maybe it's not in security. Settings. Yeah. Settings, manage access. I think, right? I thought it was not in the danger zone. I thought it's down here somewhere. I thought it was closer to the top. Oh, manage access. There we go. Let me go put this up here. Don't want to expose that. So this is... So let's throw that in there, see if we got... Okay, cool. So let's go put this back down here. And who has access? So invite a collaborator. Let's see if that's you. Well, there's only one person with that name, so I'm just going to assume that's you. Okay, so I don't know if you've used the GitHub invites, but you need to be logged into the email associated with your GitHub account. Otherwise, the invite link does not work. I've invited myself a lot on, right? So I have Kanji Coder, which is public, and then I have my Heavy Metal Cookies, which is my like private stuff. And so a lot of times when I want to write code and put it up to Kanji Coder, I don't want to like change who I am in my bash console. So I just like give Heavy Metal Cookies access to certain things that are owned by Kanji Coder, or vice versa, I think. So I know that that invite that you're going to get in your email, you got to make sure that if you have multiple GitHub accounts, or if you have if it's only going to be a problem if you have multiple GitHub accounts. If you have one GitHub account and that's the GitHub account associated with your email, you should be fine and the link should work just right. But make sure that that if you are logged into GitHub, So, yeah, I think you have to be logged into GitHub for that. Whatever. Just take the link. Let me know if that works. Okay, cool. Cool. I show you how to create a Heroku. Yeah, should I show you how to create a Heroku deployment of it? Because I can show you how to do that really quick, so that way you can test out your stuff like on the web at like a different address. So like right now I'm testing it out at like a like right now I'm testing this out at DEKTEN.Heroku app. We could you could make your own server called like, I don't know, DEKTEN Luncho or Luncho, whatever the heck. Yeah, okay, let's give you a tour. Let's give you a tour. This will be fun. So let me just put this in my notes because this was what I was working on, and then we'll get to it. We'll let me find my shortcuts here. Do I have my shortcuts file open over here? I'm going to move this on to another editor off screen. I'm going to make a note of where I was. Where I was 2021-03-08. Okay, so let's do this. So just follow along. It's not too hard. And maybe I'll screw this up. We'll see. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a new server on Heroku and redeploy this on that server so that you can kind of see how this workflow works. So first of all, Heroku.com, right? So you're going to have to sign up. And without a credit card, I think you can do like 3 servers without a credit card. But then after that, you have to have like a credit card to like verify. And like I have never been charged. It's just like in order to get like, see how like all these servers, like you need a credit card to do this. But since you only need one, right? Because you're just following along, you should be fine. And so you're gonna have to sign up for this. So I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait for you to get an account because you can't really follow along unless you have an account and you can log in and all that good stuff. So I'm going to wait for you to sign up. Then we can get going. And then I guess I will throw this in here as well. I don't know. Now we're just talking on 2 places, but whatever. But yeah, sign up, and then we'll just do it. We'll just get this going. And while you're working on that, I'm gonna try to clean up some more photos. I'm gonna just go through my photos and try to find some good photos of the other stuff I was working on. That one actually looks pretty good. Okay. I like that. 1680. Open with paint.net. And I will check my chat really quick. I'm just trying to get some other product photos. So I was thinking about selling these washers. I need these washers to make the table. So I figured I could, what do I put for company name and role and that? Whatever is fine, but you can just put, role. You can put that. That's fine. So I'm pretty poor right now, so I'm just saying I have like $1,000 to my name. But yeah, if you want to help out and figure just a few basic things out, that'd be fine. But for now, the company is like, yeah, okay, cool. Also, like, anything you make, like, as far as, like, if you have something to show off on this, like, if you're like, want to put this on your resume, that's fine. And, like, if you need me to be, like, if you're ever trying to get a job, right, and you need to, like, put me on a resume and have them call me or whatever, you can also do that. But yeah, so let's just get this underway, and I'm gonna try to wait for you to sign up. And while I'm waiting, I'm gonna just kind of like work on these product photos. So let me try to. There we go. It's not bad. Copy, file new. Okay, and then from here, I mean, that looks good as is. Let's just resize that to, well, actually, let's, for this to be a valid Amazon photo, if I ever want to put this on Amazon, I have to make sure this selection region is completely white on the border, because I know how they check. So we're just going to do this, and we're going to, and then I know I hear a lot of beeping, so I am going to check my messages. I just got to, hold on. It's black. Okay, what the hell? Oh yeah, because image invert selection. Where's invert selection? Adjustments. There we go. Invert the selection, throw some white in there, right? Or not, or just be stupid. Oh, I see. Okay, wrong. And then we can take this and we can paste it, and then we can like blur it a bit to make it kind of blend in. And let me check my Discord invite sent. Okay, you're still working on it. Damn, you usually get a lot of Discord pings. I usually mute server. Yeah, I guess that's probably what I should do, because I'd part of some like big Discord servers. It's probably this Grand Autismo thing. How the hell do you mute server? Until I turn back on. Yeah, it's probably them. Let's just mute people that I don't care about that much. Mute server. Nothing personal. I just don't know as much about you. Mute server. Let's mute this server. Let's mute this server. So we'll keep Donho. But everybody else will just say, nope, we don't care. Okay, so anyways, we got this, and we just want to blur this, right? So adjustments and, actually, no, let's keep this. Adjustments and, no, effects, blurs, Gaussian blur probably is fine, right? We just want to blur those edges a little bit, right? And just hack away at that a little bit, so that way we can get, oh boy, that's a lot more, it's very blue. Now that I've tried to make this white, I realize, holy crap, that is a very blue background. So you know what, that just looks crappy. Amazon doesn't like this photo because it's not perfectly white. I say, screw you, Amazon, for now. Until I'm begging them to help me sell stuff. Let's go over here. Let's just go image and resize, and let's just do 512 by 512. Let's just keep everything 512 by 512. And then file, save as, and we'll call these washers. So I'm going to call these felt washers.png. Okay, okay. And let me see what else I got open here. Invite sent. This is that. That's that. Too many things are open. But yeah, let me know when you are ready. Besides that, I'm just going to try to take some photos of some of the things and also maybe search through some of my other stuff. So I don't even know where this is. Why the numbers? Why did I do this? Let's see what we got here. Sure, I guess that's photo number 3. So this photo right here got a nice little crate. Let's go look at that. Let's go copy that. Let's go paste it in here. Oh, you're on Heroku? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna call this Black Stack. And I'm gonna, hold on, I gotta save this. I'm gonna open this with, or maybe I'm not. Come on, what the hell? Don't do this to me. You're on Heroku. Okay, cool. You're on Heroku. Hold on. I just want to keep things kind of normalized. So even though this is originally a JPEG, I just want to, that's not the, god damn it. Delete that. I am sorry, I'm all over the place. Okay, so eDrive, not vital assets, Amazon, my products, acrylic, this stuff. Are these not the final photos? What is up with this? This is... Oh, this is a PNG. It's the PNG one. And it's number 3. Okay, let me copy that. And then I'm going to get to the Heroku stuff. I just want to finish this kind of thought before I kind of like end up all over the place here. Oh, 666 megabytes. Okay, and let's open this up. Image, canvas size, what do we got? Ooh, that's huge. Okay, so we're going to take this, and we're just going to, first of all, we're going to cut it square. So we're going to try to Control, select, and make a... Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, let's try to make the composition a little bit better. Copy, file new. Okay. Then we're going to resize this image, resize to 512 by 512. close this, file, save as. Okay, okay, close this, delete this. Okay, let's get started on Heroku. Okay, so too many things open. Okay, so you're on Heroku, and we're going to just walk you through the steps. So first thing is, let's try to get to like here, get to the apps page. And we should be able to do like new and create app right here, right? So new, create app. And then you need a name, and the name needs to be like all lowercase and dashes. So I'm just going to say delete me demo 01, I guess, right? Now this has to be unique along all of Heroku, so if you choose this, well, I'm choosing this, that could create problems. United States is where I am, and let's just hit create app here. Let's see what we got. So, okay, blah, 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 stuff. This looks like the access stuff. So if we look at access, I think it's an access, no. Settings. So in settings is usually where I go to see the Heroku URL here, right? And so we're going to copy this, right? And I already did a git clone. Are you familiar with git clone? Were you the one telling me doing git clone? Somebody was telling me to do git clone. That might have been Yevgenos. Yeah, let me walk you through all of it. Let's walk through all of it, right? Let's not leave any. Yeah, let's not walk. Let's do every kind of step, and then you just let me know when we get to something that's kind of like stopping you. Okay. So let's close this, and let's start to collect the resources that you're gonna need for this, right? So I have this like Git Heroku folder, right? So I'm just gonna make a new folder, and I'm gonna name it the same thing as this, just to keep track of it easier, right? So I'm gonna call it delete me demo 01. And I do not like dashes in my file name. So we're not going to dash it, we're going to underscore it, right? So this is underscored, and this is a kebab case here. We're going to go in here, and we're going to just steal, we're actually not going to steal this. We're going to, we're not going to pull this down. This is where we're going to push to, but we're not going to pull this down, right? We're going to take the, like making a local version of it on your PC that you can modify and push. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing, yes. So on GitHub for a second, right? GitHub.com, right? And if we find the DEKTEN server, so let's go search for that for a second. Search DEKTEN server. Okay. And we find this, right? So if we look at the code here, right, this URL here, I'm just going to keep on throwing stuff at you. So I'm going to take that, right? And I'm going to go git bash here. I don't know if you have git bash. I don't know how you do this, but we're going to do git bash, and we're going to do git clone, and we're going to actually, okay, this is going to be kind of hacky, but let's just do it, right? So we're going to paste, and why I say this is a little bit hacky is because this DEKTEN server, I renamed it as this. So this is kind of ugly the way I'm doing this, but I want to do this as an example, so whatever. Right, so I'm going to just go in here, and I'm going to rip everything out of here because it's nested more deep than I want it to be. And I'm just going to paste it in here. And this is hackish, right, but let's just get it working. Let's not worry that it's a little bit hackish. I'm going to delete this thing that says DEKTEN server. I'm going to delete that. And now let's just do a git bash in this folder that we cloned down, right? And if we do a git status, we see, or not git status, sorry, git remote-v. We see the origin is, you know, from the heavy metal cookies, right? But we want something up on Heroku, right? So if we go back to Heroku, right, we have this new delete me thingy we made, right? And that URL right here, we want to add this as a remote. So I'm going to copy this. And we're just going to go get remote add, and we're going to call it, I sometimes call it Heroku like this. And the reason I name it kind of batshit crazy like this is just so that I know it's not a keyword, right? Because this looks stupid, right? So I know there's like a Heroku CLI, so I don't want to think that Heroku is something special. So I just call it Heroku to remind me that it's not a special keyword. I define that, right? And then I'm just going to right-click and paste this between, or I'm not. Let me go over here again. Let me go copy this. Okay. Now I'm going to right-click and paste. Okay, and then I'm going to close quote. I'm going to hit enter. Then I'm going to do a get remote -v and make sure I have this new Heroku thing that points to here, right? And then I should just be able to do a get push Heroku master, right? I should just be able to push that up to Heroku. And assuming that the code is not broken, it should just deploy, right? So it's just like the deployment process is pretty simple, right? It's just take some GitHub code, and instead of pushing it up to GitHub, we push it up to Heroku, and then bam, right? We have something working. So let's see if that works, right? So that looks like that worked, and then we can either go directly to this, directly to here. We can paste this in a URL, or optionally, if you see here, it has this open app thing, which will also do the same thing for us, right? So if we're lazy, right, we can do this, and bam, we got the website up. But if you notice my URL, right, I'm at deleteme01.heroku app, right? So it's the same server, it's just being hosted at a different place, right? So, so if we do this, I can see an index of the stuff I have, and I see that I have a simple /img, so we can look at that, and oh, like we have a crate.png, and that's not good because that's lowercase again. Now I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm gonna have to change the serving code so that when it finds lowercase paths, it just works. Because what the heck, I swear to God that we changed that, and now it's saying that it's a lowercase. So if I go in simple and I go into images, we have crate. Oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know what? Because that newest change isn't pushed up to GitHub. So I'm in the delete me demos. I need to go. God, I have too many consoles open. So if we go back to my original, Dek is in here. Do a git bash here. I'm guessing I didn't push that up to GitHub. So git status. We're out of sync with. Let's do a git add dot. Git status. Or git commit -am push to GitHub. Git remote -v. So we got to git push GitHub. If I push this up to GitHub, and then I got to pull it back down, and then blah blah blah. But yeah, let me know at what point you get stuck. But I'm gonna push this newer version up to GitHub because obviously it's not working right. Okay, so I'm gonna do that. Then I'm going to go back to over here, right? So this is my demo. This is my the one I just made for you, or to show you how it works, right? So we got to go git remote -v, and we got to go git pull origin. Git pull origin, and right, want to pull down from the GitHub, and then we want to git push to Heroku. So git remote -v, git push Heroku. We should be able to push that up to Heroku now. So we're like bouncing everything all over the place, and it's crazy. Okay. So now we wait for that. Okay, cool. So, okay, cool. So now let's go over here, and now let's change this to, you know, crate.png like that. And no dice, no dice. Is this really screwing me over like this? Oh wait, because it's not called crate.png. It's called, hey, how's it going? So we are, so hey, I'm going to show you what we're working on. Today we are working on some web development for some patented products. So it's not going to be game engine stuff today, and it might be more boring than usual, but I can show you the interesting stuff I have, and then you can do your thing, right? So let me just show you what we got here. So I just let's go to boltedcrate.png. Let's see if we can get that working. Okay, so I got this like crate, and it's a modular crate. I filed 2 patents for this. One patent is in the process of getting reviewed, and the other patent has already been granted to me. So the panel designs are patented, and these bone designs, these junctions, are the things that are kind of in the patent pending state. So basically, this is like a modular furniture building block, and the way it works is we use the clamping pressure of the bolts, right? So you see all these bolts all over the place. We use the clamping pressure of the bolts to tighten onto these bones. I mean, I'm calling them bones, right? So the basic structure is we have panels, we have bones, and then we have bolts, right? And those 3 things can make this kind of modular furniture. So let me see what else I've just kind of uploaded here. So I also have like another design. Do I want to show you that though? I guess I can show you that. So I'm going to also try to sell sheets of acrylic, because I have a lot of it, and one of the things I notice is that when you buy something like acrylic for laser cutting, the problem is it comes in like bubble wrap or something, and then you have to find a place to put it. Like, I've bought a lot of stuff off of Amazon before, so I'm thinking that if we ship the acrylic to somebody in like a nice wooden box like this, then they get some extra value, right? Because now they have this container that can kind of hold the raw material that I've given them for laser cutting, and that will that'll differentiate me from other people, hopefully, in terms of product differentiation. Let's show you some more images, and then I got to get back to Luncho, who is going to help me do some web dev, or we'll see how that works. So let's go find. Let's go open up our patent folder and just give you a quick review. I don't know who's seen what, because I show different things to different people all the time. So let's so building block. So this is the second thing that's kind of under review at the patent office, right? So it's kind of like this bone structure, right? I call these things bones, and you put bolts through the circular holes, and that's what kind of holds these structures together, right? So you can make different things. So this is like a little idea for like a little thing that can hold coffee and tea, and it's like on little stilts, so that my mom can clean the counter and not be annoyed that there's things being stored on the counter, because she hates that. So this is the coffee table I'm working on. It takes like a whole month to cut all these parts. And then the individual panels that make up the table get bolted into the top here, right? And then we also bolt some panels down here. So you see where these big square holes are? That's where we bolt the surface. There's a little hole here for cables, so we can make these panels light up, right? So we can thread electrical cables through the frame, and then put LED panels in each one of these slots here. Basic dimensions. Here is a crate design. So the idea is that the crates are modular, and also you can merge the crates together without changing the amount of space they take up, right? So you could create a whole wall of crates like this, and then when you get an oversized item like a, I don't know, a branding iron, or a cattle prod, or tongs for smelting metal, a chainsaw, bolt cutters. You have any kind of oversized item, you can just, boom, open that up, and now your oversized item can like fit in there, right? So if you have a whole wall, if you had a whole wall full of kind of crates, and you're trying to like normalize your storage situation, you could do this, and then if these little tiny containers aren't suiting your needs, you just merge them together, bam, right? So this is a mold design, so eventually I want to make this furniture out of aluminum. So we're going to water jet cut these steel cross sections, and then we're going to pour molten aluminum into these funnels. So you see these big holes? These big holes are funnels. We pour the molten aluminum through these big holes. It goes down into these smaller holes and then goes into the cavities, right? Then once the metal has cooled, we unbolt the mold, and then we put it on a drill press, and we drill the holes where they need to be and the parts, right? Because this cavity here is not going to make the holes, right? But the sprues, right, the metal, right, there's going to be a little trail of metal from here through the hole to the part, right? So after we get the part out, there's going to be like these little metal pieces sticking off of it. And those metal pieces sticking off of the final, of the molded part, are going to be exactly where we need to drill to create the final hole. So that's going to help us. But yeah, some other cutting patterns and things and blah, 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 blah. What else we got? Do we got anything interesting? Stuff. Oh, hey, there's a final crate. There's one of my crates. This is a little scaffolding. Here is the mock-up for the final coffee table. All the parts here are half the thickness because I didn't really have many parts, so I just kind of wanted to get something roughly to scale to get a feel for what the hell I was making. So you can see here we have plenty of room to thread some cables into the interior of the table, right? So I was also thinking of doing half steel, half acrylic. So the steel looks kind of ugly because there's not very sharp edges, and then we could put the nice sharp acrylic on top, so we could double layer it, right? The inner layer is steel and the outer layer could be acrylic. For now, I'm just going to stick to acrylic just because I need something as simple as possible just to get a product out the door, and we'll worry about kind of the more fancy, heavy-dutier products later. Here's my crates again. They're stacked on top of each other. You can see this one has little tiny legs, right? Because we're using modular building blocks. So we can put little legs on the crate if we want it to, so it can stay a little bit off the ground and not get dirty, right? Because furniture, that kind of is why furniture has legs, because you don't want it to like touch the entire ground, right? Most furniture, if you think about it, most furniture is kind of on stilts, right? Because the ground is dirty. Yeah, so right, here's close-ups of kind of what these frames look like, right? So this is the little channel for putting the cords through. Here's like a little underside view. So this is kind of going to work as a locator pin. So if we want to make a whole tabletop out of wood, we can, and then we can drill tiny holes in the wood and then just set the wooden slab on top of the table frame, and these pins will locate where that tabletop needs to go when we set it down. So this is a big slab of wood, like a butcher block. I made a butcher block and tried to experiment with making a butcher block style table, and I decided against it for some reasons. Let's not get into that. And then some more parts to cut, right? So we got, this is for stamping out of like sheet metal, so just a very small pattern, because getting the plasma cutter to work correctly is a pain. So we just cut a few parts, collect them, cut a few parts, collect them, because the plasma cutter just shakes a lot, and things can get malaligned very easily. You can lose your cutting torch. You can lose your arc really easily. Anyways, I gotta see what if Luncho has said anything on their Discord, because we're trying to coordinate right now to get some. I'm sorry, but this might be public. Let me go put this up here over here and see if Luncho is still around. So, okay, you're still here? Cool. So let's see. Any luck with deployment? Yeah, feel free to send me some screenshots if you're having like some trouble, because I know that we're like all over the place right now. So let me close. I got way too much stuff open. Let's close that. Yeah, and I can send you, I know that, like, the links and whatnot, right, there's, like, you gotta keep track of, like, Heroku URLs, you gotta keep track of GitHub URLs, there's a lot of stuff to keep track of, so, you know, think about this for a second. When I first did this, I knew nothing about this kind of stuff, and I did it on, like, OpenShift with, like, SSHing, and I was, like, I didn't have any experience doing web development. And I kid you not, it took me a month just to get something deployed, like a little hello world. It took me a month because I just had, there's just these brick walls with getting started sometimes. Getting started can be really hard, right? And so it was just like hours and hours of reading because I just didn't know where to go. And Heroku makes it a lot easier with their like getting started guides. But back in the day, holy crap, it was so hard to get started because like the whole environment on like OpenShift is kind of designed for Linux people, and you know they're kind of like Linux people tend to be kind of like your super user kind of people, so like I had to do a whole bunch of reading. I had to figure out PuTTY-gen. Like if I had tried to deploy to OpenShift again, I probably couldn't because it's just like SSH. What is that? You know. But yeah, like just give me where you are, and if you need like you might need to install, I don't know like what your experience is, you might need to install Git Bash for Windows. I don't even know what operating system you're on. But yeah, I mean, I have taught random people from like Nigeria how to do this, so I feel like I can teach anyone. So, yeah, I haven't got Git Bash at the moment. Okay, yeah, so you're going to have to download... are you on Windows or Linux? What are you on? Are you on Windows or Linux? We can go over that really quick. So if you're on Windows, I don't know how to do it. You're on Windows? Good, because that's what I'm on. So if you just go Git Bash for Windows, right? So just type Git Bash for Windows. And it should be this, like... Ooh, it's not this first one. That's not the one you want. You want downloads. You want this one right here. So let me give you this. That is what you want right there. And you see this like Windows thing, so you're just going to get that. And, right, depending on, so you probably want either the 32-bit or 64-bit. I'm going to guess you're on a 64-bit. No, you're not. No, this is fine, man. This is legit stuff. I'm not giving you viruses. Been using this for like, I've been using this for like 15 years, so I'm pretty sure it's pretty safe. Or maybe I've had a virus all these 15 years and I haven't known. But I mean, we could probably also do. What if you go in Google? Can we, like, check the legitimacy? Like, usually when I want to check the legitimacy, I just, like, throw something in here. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I mean, I would trust that more than I would trust SourceForge, in my opinion. I think that's where you want to go. Because SourceForge is pretty trustworthy, but then, every once in a while they kind of, like... I don't know, sometimes they have maybe not virus stuff, but they definitely have, you can definitely find like some malware kind of stuff on SourceForge. Now the settings, there's some very particular settings for what you want to do with Git Bash. Like, you should be fine with the defaults. There's some particular things I like to do. Like, I like to commit line endings as is. So, like, line ending commit style shouldn't even matter, because since we're both on Windows, like, we're probably not going to have different line endings, right? So, what is it? Carriage return versus carriage return new line, CRLF. Yeah, but let me know when you got that going. And, yeah, I mean, a lot of the setup, right? A lot of this is just getting started, getting that set up can kind of suck, right? And while you're doing that, I guess I'll just flesh this out, right? I'll just kind of like, I'll just go into this folder, and this is DEKTEN. I'm going to go in Pages. I'm going to go Simple. I'm going to go Image. And I'm just going to just throw all these kind of things in here, right? I'm going to go bam, bam, and bam. And I'm not going to worry too much about what it is. I'm just going to say, and then over here, this is felt washers. Okay. And let's go over here. Git bash here. Git add dot. Git commit dash am. And git push. I'm going to push this to GitHub, then I'm going to push it to Heroku. And then I'm going to check that out and see if we have these 3 kind of images. And then, if you, I know I'm kind of making you multitask here, but do you know much about Flex style layout? I have a good resource on that if you want the link. Actually, I'm just going to give it to you. Flex comic. Let's see if I can just throw that in there. Okay, yeah. So Flex layout is definitely what I would like you to use, because it's kind of it is kind of like the new way that everybody does stuff, unless you know of something that is more up-to-date than Flex layout. Because like I say, I hate HTML. I hate it. It's like HTML is like using Magic the Gathering to draw rectangles. Like that's what HTML is, as far as I'm concerned. It's absurd. So let me go see if I can find that. So Flex comic URL. Flex comic. All right, cool. Let's Flex box comic URL. Let me go find this for you. So this is like I've been using this for like a few years, because it like once this gets removed from the internet, I'm going to be at a loss, because this is like the master cheat sheet for kind of like how to do Flex. And yeah, this is now, where is the, yeah, so this little master cheat sheet, right? So you have Flex direction, right? So from left to right, or the reverse, right to left, or top to bottom, depending on what your major and minor axis is. Flex wrap. Some of the terminology is still hard for me to understand, because right, justify content is talking about the spacing along the major axis. Okay, cool, yeah. But yeah, let me just throw that in there for you. And then let me also make a note of that in Flexbox comic URL. Flexbox comic URL. Flexbox comic. Huh. What the hell did I type before that didn't work? Oh, maybe I typed Flex comic URL? Maybe that's what I did. I'm making a note of this. Okay. So, British College, that is, oh, okay, so you're talking, are you talking how, I know Germans, I don't know about British, but I know, Germans, pick their degree while in high school. Talking about that. And, Jesus Christ, like, America, if we weren't so good at if the U.S. wasn't so... But anyways, but holy crap, like, I had a German roommate in high school, not high school, I had a German roommate in college, and holy crap, like, the level of, the education level he had by the time he started college, like, fucking genius compared to me. Because he started to pick his not masters. He started to pick his degree while he was still in high school, and I guess that's like what they all do. In the UK, college is from 16 to 18 years old. Nah, it's like A levels. It's weird. It's like between secondary school and uni. Oh, okay, got ya. So you're talking about, so like 12, 11, 12. A, B, C, D, something like that. But yeah, okay, and also and so it is 4 right now, 5, 6. In 2 hours, I have to go to the machine shop. But let's try to get you situated to where you can kind of do stuff. And like, if you need images for like what you're working on, I mean, you could just throw some memes in there, right? Like if you need some placeholder images and I don't have any images to give you because you want to like make a layout and you're like, I need this many images for this layout, I can just throw some memes in there and I'll figure it out like when I get to it, right? Because it's just about getting placeholders and getting the basic layout down. So, let me keep on doing my thing over on the main www.dekazen.com. Let me see if my URL forwarding works yet. Ooh, awesome, cool. So, that works. Though I really wish it would hide this and actually look like it's coming from www.dekazen.com. Well, actually, where are we right now? F5. So I really want it to be able to do something like this. So like I don't want it to change what's showing up here. Like, this is a good redirect. No, I totally get you. No. As well. Yeah, but things came up today. I did not. Yeah, no rush here. I'm all over the place too. I get you. While you're doing that, I'm gonna go to Google Domains. I'm gonna see if I can change the forwarding here. It's not actually where I want to be, but this is close enough to where I can probably just look at my domains and see if I can change. I think maybe I need a permanent redirect, maybe. But I want the URL to kind of stay the same. So if I go to cat resume, does it actually keep that URL? No, it changes that as well. That's fine for now. But let's go manage this. Forwards, can we hide the... I want to kind of hide the forwarding if I can. So... registration settings, website. Forwarding. Where is the forwarding? SSL. Registration settings. Am I doxing myself? Yes, I'm doxing myself. Okay, don't light me on fire. Yeah, but I'm right. Okay, hold on. But yeah, I am. I write in what I said in that message. I am making a GitHub repo and a Heroku server and like cloning the repo to the server. So yeah, I mean that's basically what you're doing. You're making a GitHub repo. Yep, you're making a GitHub repo, and let me go put this down here. So you're making the GitHub repo, and then you're making that Heroku server kind of like allocation. An HTTP redirect will change the URL. Okay, yeah, so thank you. I didn't know there was anybody else in the chat still. Thank you, Wandable. Yeah, so I hate web dev. I hate web dev. I absolutely hate it. Like I know enough to like barely get by, but it's not something I enjoy doing. It's just like it's a necessity, right? It's like I much rather write C engine code, but I've been kind of like I got two main things going on, right? I got this rendering engine thing, and then I have the mechanical patent stuff. You'll probably have to set something up on Heroku and then update the DNS, but it's not something I often do myself. Yeah, yeah, let's go look at that for a second. Is this all I have here? DNS. Use the Google domain. Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that. That's going to be complicated. This is, uh-huh. Yeah, tons of stuff that I do not know about. I am... Custom resource records. And there I go doxing myself again. Custom domains. Okay, let me go take a look at that. So while I'm waiting for Luncho to figure stuff out, let's go read this, right? So summary, and I believe all of these bullet points should be like on the same page, right? Yeah, all this stuff's on the same page. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, let's just read through this and see what we got here. By default, a Heroku app is available at its Heroku domain, which has the form of nameofapp.herokuapp.com. For example, an app name, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Heroku DNS uses DNSSEC to authenticate requests to all herokuapp.com and herokudns.com domains. Security system that gives DNS servers the ability to verify that the information they receive is reliable. Okay. To make your app available at a non-Heroku domain, yourcustomdomain.com. Okay, excellent. Thank you for this URL. This, now I wonder if this is going to cost me any money, but we'll figure it out as we go. For example, you add a custom domain to it. Okay. You can add custom domains to any Heroku app. Adding domains does not incur extra charges. For security purposes, you must verify your Heroku account to add domains to apps. So I'm good there. I actually have the credit card verified on this account. Heroku does not provide a domain registration service for registering custom domain name or a DNS provider service for hosting the DNS servers that point to your custom domain name to your app. Okay. Summary of the steps. The remainder of this article covers these steps in greater details. Okay. Confirm. Okay, hold on. So I think this might point to... It actually means that I actually have to host the code on my own server to get that working, right? So I'd actually have to... let's just read this, but I think that's what that means. And since there's nothing really hosted there, that's why I use the domain forwarding, right? And I'm gonna read what you just said, Luncho. Summary of steps: confirm that you own the custom domain name. Okay. Add the custom domain name to your app. Okay. Look up the Heroku supply DNS target for the custom domain using the Heroku domains command. Configure your app's DNS provider to point to the Heroku supply DNS target. Confirm that your app is accessible via the custom domain. There might be a delay while the DNS changes propagate. Add a custom domain with a subdomain. To add a custom domain with a subdomain, use the domain's add Heroku CLI command. Okay, I'm going to save this because I think this is good stuff. And thank you. Heroku domains. Heroku custom domain. And I'll also make a note of who gave this to me. So I'll just put your name in the So, you know, it sometimes, like, helps me when I'm trying to, like, look through this stuff. I'm like, if I know who told me that piece of information, it can kind of help me find this at a later date. So your name is in there, so that way I can find it later. Because I was just unsure of if you already had a server set up for the web page I'm going to be working with. But yeah, I will set one up. Oh yeah, so the only reason I would like to get you putting up a server yourself is because then we can kind of like test in production without stepping on each other's feet, right? So I can push up to my Heroku deployment while I'm kind of like trying to get things working, and you can push up to your Heroku deployment to get things working, and we won't step on each other's feet. So that is why I would like you to get an allocation on Heroku and then push up the GitHub repo to there, right? So I want you to clone down the GitHub repo to your personal file system, and then I want you to push it up to Heroku, right? So you're going to have two remotes. You're going to have a GitHub remote, which is going to point to the heavy metal cookies, and then you're going to have a Heroku remote, right? And so you got to pull from the heavy metal cookies GitHub, and then you got to go push up to Heroku. But yeah, so let's go see if, let's keep this open for a little bit, since I might want to just read that a little bit more. I was going to see if, maybe it's in domain overview, and let's see, where was I, you know, when I set up the forwarding, it was like one of these tabs, I swear to God, and now it's like not there. Unless it was DNS. No, that's not it. Temporary redirect. This is do not forward. I thought I said to disable SSL. I thought that all this stuff was, hold on. View settings. I thought I had already set that up. Temporary redirect, forward path. I am wondering if... Oops, god damn it. I'm wondering if I need to make that permanent forwarding. What's the difference between temporary forward versus permanent forward? I don't know what a difference between a temporary... A 301 redirect means that the page has permanently moved to a new location. A 302 redirect means that the move is only temporary. Search engines need to figure out whether to keep the old page or replace it with the one found at the new location. So... that doesn't actually... Okay, so that doesn't actually change what's going to be in the address bar. That just... so we actually do want that to... I don't know if we wanted that to be a temporary redirect or not. Okay. Heroku domains add... configuring DNS for subdomains. Okay, why don't we just give it a shot, right? If it blows up in our face, it blows up in our face, but we're not going to learn if we don't give it a shot. So, I'm going to just git bash here, and we're going to try to figure this out. So this stuff over here, get status for a second. Let's do Heroku domains and add. And I think we would have to add let's do www.dekazen.com, right? So let's try that. And hopefully I don't completely nuke myself here, but let's be just one step at a time, right? And it is, I don't know what the hell it's doing. Configuring your app's DNS provider to point to the DNS target. Avian, oh boy, that is, can we not name it this? Like, holy crap, why? Can we just make a new domain? Like, create a domain that doesn't have such a batshit stupid name. Heroku domains. Do we have some options? Because that is ugly. Can we remove remove domain Heroku? Can we remove that? Because that's, yeah, copy paste that. It's backend, so that bit isn't visible to visitors. Okay, fine. Let's just roll with that for now. Okay, fair enough. Wonderful. After you add a domains add command, you need to point your DNS provider at the DNS target provided by Heroku. You can view this DNS target with Heroku domains command. Okay, yep. And we see it. You usually configure a new CNAME record with your DNS provider to point at Heroku. The following table shows the common CNAME record patterns. CNAME, www, target, whispering willow, whatever. CNAME, other subdomain. CNAME, example secure. Okay. And we have just, okay. Domain name. Okay. You confirm that your DNS is configured correctly with the host command, assuming your DNS changes have propagated. So if we do host, and we haven't propagated, but let's just do www.dekazen.com, and we're assuming that host command not found. Oh, hold on. Is that a actual bash command that I'm supposed to have? Host. Yeah, I don't have any host. Details. That is the, let me go put this down here. Okay. Yeah, details. That is the address of Heroku's DNS server, which will respond to the correct IP address of your Heroku app. Did I miss you? No, I did not configure DNS. I was just seeing that if it would give me some type of error message, right? I was just seeing that. I was expecting that if this is a host command, does this command... do I have such a command? Do I have such a command in my terminal, right? So I do not know. So I do not know where this kind of happens. I have no clue where this happens. So yeah, I have no clue what I'm doing, by the way. Absolutely no clue. So let's go look at DNS over here, I guess. And host is probably a Linux command. Might not be emulated in git bash. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? So we could probably get host command git bash, right? We could try to like where does the git bash get all its mappings from? You know what we could try? We could try remote into server Heroku. So I have some type of command for this. I think it's like on Heroku. I think it's like it's not this. I think it's called like Heroku PG exec, like that. I think that kind of, yeah, that gets me a console into. That's not. Did you mean PS exec? Yes, I did mean PS exec. So it's Heroku PS exec, and I believe that will. I believe that'll open up a shell. I think the Windows version may be NS lookup. Okay, yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, NS lookup actually does sound kind of familiar. I don't actually know web development. My dad did when he was alive. So maybe I should have learned more of that stuff from him. But too late now. Sure, do you want to continue? Yes. And then we'll try NS lookup. I was just going to see if I can like remote into the Heroku dyno, because the Heroku is like a virtual Linux box. So if I go into this, maybe I can just, you know, from here do the do that command. So maybe now I can go host www.dekten.com and just see what happens here. Google hosted has IP address. Google hosted has IPv6 address. Okay. And so we want to make it an alias for our thing on Heroku, right? So this is a very hackish way to do this, but let's try NS lookup. Let's try to get out of here. Let's go Control C for a second. Get out of this console and do NS lookup. NS lookup, because I think you're right. I think you are right about this. And then we want to do www.dekten.com. Address, and then aliases. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. You are correct. Thank you. So I'm just going to make a note of that. So if I do host, I'm just going to NS lookup. I'm just making a note of that. Okay, so good. So let's keep on pedaling away here and see if we can get this working. Maybe it's not going to be as hard as I think it is. We want to use a custom domain name server, I believe, right? Instead of using Google, we want to use a custom domain name server, and we want to just use that in our terminal. We were given, we probably should have saved that. We got to save that before we lose this. So this target here, copy that. Now, I don't think that dot matters. I don't know how this works, so I'm wondering if that trailing dot is supposed to be part of this or not, and no, I think that's just part of the grammar. Okay, so Dekazen DNS, and I'm just gonna paste that into my notes, and then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna use a custom domain name server. We're gonna go steal that URL. We're gonna hope that we know what we're doing, because we don't know what we're doing. At least 2 name servers are required. Okay, so, and it says 2 are required. I don't know if it's just space separate those, colon separate those, comma separate them. I think you need a DNS record. Google servers are probably fine. Domain name, security. No, that's not. Registered host. Register public hosts on your domain by IP so they can be found without first resolving your domain to the DNS. Entries are commonly called glue records and are needed when domain's name servers serve on one of its subdomains. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go look at this again. I think you need a DNS record. Google servers are probably fine. Too many tabs. Let's try to consolidate this all in one. Let's put this over here. After you add a domain with Heroku domains add command, you need to point your DNS provider at the DNS target provided by Heroku. DNS provider. Let's Google DNS provider. Like, it's a CNAME record. Not sure where Google puts that. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I know nothing about nothing about that. I don't even know if this is something I can do for free. Google Cloud DNS. Google domains. Use custom domain name servers. DNS provider. So I don't know if, does that mean Heroku can function as a DNS provider and the CNAMEs they give me is what they're providing? I don't really know. Okay, so it's like the plus button. So we have to take this, and then it's not, we actually have to do this. So this is how the UI works. Okay, I see. And so it's saying that we need at least 2, is what it's saying. So let's just go up here for a second. We needed to, I'm not sure how we get more than one of these things. Domain registers usually provide DNS. Okay. What if we just do this again? Do we like Heroku domains add? Let's just give that a shot and see what the hell happens. Domain already added. Error invalid params. Okay. And if you do Heroku domains, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when you don't know what you're doing, like, getting started is like a brick wall, because it's like there's only a few little tiny steps that I'm sure I need to take, but I just don't know what to do. DEKTEN, custom domains, domain name. So this is the CNAME thing. I think that for other DNS servers, Heroku would probably have given you at least 2, if that is what they meant. Yeah, okay. Let me put this back down here. So let's see. I think you may need a DNS record. Google servers are probably fine. It's a CNAME record. Not sure where Google puts that. I see create an A or CNAME record on the right side. Oh crap, and I wasn't looking where you said that. Domain registers usually provides a DNS. I think that is for other DNS servers. Heroku would probably have given at least 2 if that is what they meant. Okay, I'm going to put this back up here. And create a CNAME or record, whatever the heck. Do I have more of this stuff open? Oh, got you. Over here. Got you. Create a CNAME record. I'm going to go copy this. Can I get rid of this query string? Yes, I can. Okay. Create a CNAME. Create. I'm going to just bookmark this in my shortcuts really quick. CNAME. So that I can find this later. Okay, create a CNAME record. This article will teach you how to create, update, and define an A or CNAME record. So there's an A record and a CNAME record. Okay. How to create an A or CNAME record. Boy, that reads really weird. To create an A CNAME and CNAME record, follow these steps. Sign into Google Domains. Click the domain you want to update. Open the menu. Click the DNS icon. Let's go put this on the other side. Let's split screen this. Okay. So what do we got here? Click the DNS icon. So we're in... You know, I wish the address bar would just have its own line with browsers instead of kind of like cramming everything in here. Because I have like this stuff. It's like, I want these add-ons, but I'd like to have a decent address bar when I'm split screening things here. So, okay, let's go look at this thing here. Click the domain you want to update. Open the little menu thing. Menu where? Oh, is it going to have a different... Oh, this UI right here, main menu. Click the DNS icon. Okay, here's the DNS icon, right? Okay, scroll to the custom resource records section. Okay. Registered hosts, synthetic custom resource records. Okay. The resource records define how your domain behaves. Common uses include pointing your domain at your web server or configuring email delivery for your domain. Learn more. Okay. Set the custom resource record type your web host requires. To create a specific type of record, follow these steps. For an A record, nope, it's a CNAME record. That's what they gave us. Okay, because that's what's in here, right? That was the CNAME record right here. And so this is what we want. Okay. First, enter the www or the required subdomain. So actually, there is like a little www, or I thought it was in the table. Okay, let's not worry about that. First, enter www or the required subdomain. Okay. So in the drop-down menu, select CNAME. So we're going to select CNAME and www. Okay, and the domain name, we're going to just paste that. And avnj, blah, blah, blah. And spell check, which is kind of stupid. Okay, let's, 1H. What is the 1H? In the TTL field, 1H. So, okay. I don't know what the 1H stands for, but okay. Oh, wait, there's a little thing. Let's see what that says. Time to live. How often a copy of the record stored in the cache must be updated or discarded. The default is 1 hour. Okay, default, whatever. Since we don't... 1 hour. Okay, got it. 1 hour is what that stands for. Thank you. Let's add that. Yeah, let's name conflict because why? Because we already did the redirect, or... I'm going to guess that we're going to have to remove the forwarding, right? Like the domain name forwarding that we've been doing. I don't know if that's why there's a conflict. Or... A domain, subdomain, or host. See your resource records for formatting examples. Well, let's go look at the examples here. A name. A label indicating the name or owner of the record. This can be the root domain indicated by @ or a subdomain such as www. Okay. Okay, well, let's just try at then, I guess, right? Those are our two options, I guess, right? You have www.forwarded, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm... yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, that we have to get rid of that forwarding. So let's go look at the forwarding that we were doing earlier and kind of nuke that, right? So honestly, I don't remember where that was. I think it's somewhere in here. Add a forwarding address. We already had that. Let's edit this and remove it. Can we just remove this? Add a subdomain. Yeah, so let's see if we can just... Can we... No? No? Website URL, advanced options, temporary redirect, path forwarding. I have no clue how to turn it off. Because I turned it on, and now I don't know how to turn it off. Because path forwarding, right, we have path forwarding on, but we want to turn off forwarding, and I have no clue how to do that. So, yeah, you could try a different subdomain for now, but you have to set up on Heroku too, yeah. Let's try to remove domain forwarding. Forward your Google domains. How do we undo that? That's the thing. I don't know. Wasn't there a delete link in the table listing them? Yeah, wasn't there? Let's just look around here again. Dekazen, all my domains. Maybe I'm just not looking. Yeah, was there a table, right? So maybe there was a... it was in the website thing, right? It was here. And I clicked on add a forwarding address. And then I was over here. I think I was like editing. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the little trash thing. So... Oh, I see. So this is a... Okay, so this is a... Is this like a... Is this, This looks like a form. This looks to me like a form, but it's actually a table. Forwarded from dekazen.com. Add a subdomain. Can we hit delete on that? No? Can we just delete that? Forward to... Can we forward? Not a domain or IP address. No, I don't want to... Not the one I was thinking of, but can get rid of the www there, it looks like. Yeah, so... I'm trying to trash this, but it's like... Nope, it's saying, nope, I gotta put something in here. Not a domain or... cancel. Yes, leave. Domain forwarded to. So this still says forwarded. I have no clue how to undo that. Change renewal settings. Unforward. Unforward a domain. So let's try to unforward a domain. I have no clue. Permissions. Wasn't a forwarding under DNS? Yeah, let's go look for that. DNS. Use Google domain servers. Okay, yeah. And then domain name system security extensions to protect your domain from attacks. Not the thing. Registered hosts. Host name. Oh, sorry. Host name, Dekazen, whatever. I don't see anything in here. Synthetic records. Well, here's... Oh, wait. Here. Oh, this is it. Okay, yeah, you're right. Right here. Delete. Delete that. Domain for... Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, so it's on this page. So, hold on. I'm going to snapshot that really quick, because in case I am trying to do this again, I want to know where that is. So, let me just make a snapshot of this. And then I'm going to... Where the hell is the... Did I not just... Oh, here it is. So I'm going to go save this and put this on Imgur really quick. So, desktop, delete me, undo forwarding. And I'm going to just put this on Imgur really quick, because that would be helpful to me in the future. So, www.imgur.com. And I just want to make an entry in my notes so that I know what the hell to do next time. Because I'm looking around, right? I don't know where to look. Right, skimming over things and then missing things because I'm skimming. So in my desktop, I marked it as undo forwarding, undo Google forwarding. So let's just take that. Let's put this in here. Let's go view and edit post. We'll make it a private post. Shortcut, undo Google forwarding. So in my notes, I'm going to call the shortcut this, so that I have that in my shortcut notes. And then that shortcut is just going to lead to this post and just say that where you see email forward in the screenshot below is where you will have a remove button when you have a domain forward configured. Hit remove button to remove the row in the table that has something like that. I don't know what I'm talking about. So we'll make that hidden, and we'll grab this link. And next time I want to know, kind of like, I don't know if that's private or if that's hidden or how that works, but I made that little entry. And let's go back to the DNS setup, right? It was under the... yeah, it was right down here, right? So since we got rid of that, we can go, because there was a conflict, and now there shouldn't be a conflict, right? So CNAME, you said 1 hour, 1H for 1 hour. And then we want to just steal the domain, whatever the heck, the CNAME record, I believe, is what this is called. So let's try that. And let's hit add. And they'll take effect within the next 48 hours. Okay. So that looks like that might actually have been the thing that I needed to do. So how's Luncho doing? Luncho, how going with... Okay, so I actually need to get to the shop sooner than I thought, because I need to... if I get to the shop at 7... when I need to use the laser cutter, then I can't cut the raw materials. So we're gonna backtrack a bit, because I know I'm like kind of working on this stuff, but I'm gonna go into my designs, and I need to work on the laser cut product packaging kind of stuff. So let's go open up some of that stuff really quick. So in the utility patent folder, we have duct tape, something or other, a duct tape box. And we have some cutting sheets. Oh yeah, shader stuff is fun stuff, man. I don't blame you. Also, I'm kind of multitasking where I might need to get to the shop soon, so it's cool. Let's make a V4, because I've been changing my mind on how to do this. And let's just steal one of these and paste it into the v4. And we'll rename it v4, and then we'll go, we'll look at kind of the format of how this is supposed to work. Let's go open this up, see what we have in OpenSCAD. And so basically I'm thinking that in order to differentiate the product that I'm working on, it would be nice to make it so that the acrylic sheets that I want to sell, I want to kind of like put them in a wooden crate, right? And the problem with putting it in a wooden crate is the wooden crate is going to be in lieu of a cardboard box. So the problem with that is if we make this high quality crate, right, and then it gets damaged in the mail, people might be angry, right? They'll be like, oh, part of my product is broken, right? Now, you wouldn't get angry if a cardboard box got dented up in the mail, but the product was okay, right? You'd be fine with that, right? Because the cardboard box is just a disposable container. So we want to design this container out of wood, but we want to design it in such a way that it's like a high-quality throwaway box, right? We don't want people to think that it is supposed to be part of the product, right? So think about like disposable silverware. We want something where, you know how there's like disposable silverware and then there's like the high-end disposable fiestaware or whatever, you know, like how they can like, for like weddings, they have like shiny silver metallic looking disposable plastic spoons. We want to go with that kind of same thing where it's like the function of this is supposed to function as a cardboard box, but it's just made out of plywood rather than acrylic. Or not plywood instead of, sorry, not acrylic. Plywood instead of cardboard, right? So we got this, and Luncho, you're doing like HLSL stuff, right? I think you were asking me about that. So the problem with this design right now is I need a sheet of wood that is exactly 12 by 12 inches to cut on the laser cutter. The problem with being exactly 12 by 12 is that with a 2 foot by 4 foot slab of wood, I lose kerf, right? So if I take a 2 foot by 4 foot slab of plywood and I cut it on the table saw to get some blanks ready, I lose material from the kerf, and then I have slabs that are undersized that I won't be able to cut here, right? Because this fits exactly on a 12 by 12. If I'm off by even a 16th, it's not going to work. So what I mean by that is, like, let's close some of this. So what I mean by that is that, so we have a 4 foot by 2 foot, right? So let's just make a little square here really quick. And so 4 foot by 2 foot. So let's say each one of these squares is 12 by 12, right? So if I'm going to lose stuff due to kerf, right? If I'm going to lose things to kerf, then it needs to be exactly 12 by 12, right? Then basically I'm going to lose all of this, right? Because once I cut these, because of kerf loss, this stuff down here won't be able to reach 12 by 12, right? And then due to kerf loss on this axis, I'm going to lose this, right? So I'm going to have this big sheet here, and I'm only going to be able to get this much of usable wood when I want this much usable wood, right? So in order to change that, I think what we're going to do is we're going to make the top and bottoms of the case out of wood, and then we're going to use scrap acrylic sheets to cut the sides, right? So that way we can cut these out of smaller slabs of wood, and then I think we'd be good to go from there. And then also, that is kind of a risk because the thought is, well, if the sides are made out of acrylic, will that adequately protect the material, right? Because the wood kind of has like some impact resistance, where sides of the box being made out of acrylic, ooh, that might be kind of iffy. Yeah, currently GLSL since I'm testing stuff in Shader Toy, but they're not the exact same thing. Yeah, 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 once you get advanced enough shaders, Shader Toy can be kind of lacking, and then you have to make your own kind of environment. Like, eventually you're going to have to roll your own kind of test environment for your shader stuff when you get sufficiently advanced. Because I had the same problem. I made all this awesome stuff in Shader Toy, and then once I wanted to do like file saving and loading files from like memory into GPU texture memory, eventually things just got too advanced, and it's like I can't really. All the workarounds I have to do to get this to work in Shader Toy, it's like I just need to write the C code to make this work. Okay, so we got this thing here. And let's see, where is this file? Let's go open this with Notepad++. Open this with Notepad++. And let's put this editor over on this side so we can see what we have. And we have this v3, whatever the heck. We're going to call this v4, and it's not going to work it's not going to work for us, right? It's going to, if we do F4, it's just going to say, oh, that doesn't exist. And we're just going to do some copy-paste code, and then we're going to figure out the details after we do our cut and paste. So in the cut, so these are our cutting sheets. So we're just going to take this version 3 cutting sheets, and we're just going to cut, paste, and rename just to get a good starting off point here, right? So we're just going to look for anything that says 3. We're going to just rename anything that says 3. We're going to just rename it to 4. And I think that'll be a good starting off point. So let's just go, we're going to find 3, we're going to rename it to 4, find next, and we're just going to go through here and just replace all this stuff. Now, I could do it all in one fell swoop, but I just find that the potential for destruction with that kind of find and replace leverage usually is not worth the risk, so that's why I did it one at a time rather than replace all. In case you're wondering why I did it this slightly slower way, that is why. Okay, so now we have this cut and paste kind of code here, and now if we go over here, we should have the same exact stuff, but now we just want to modify it a bit. Yeah, I'm still learning shaders. NGL. What is NGL? They're pretty fun to play with, so I do not know abbreviations. So what's NGL? And then TBF is though by the effing way. Not gonna lie, and then I don't know what TBF is, to be fair. Okay, to be fair. Okay, let me just go make some shortcuts for that. Let's see, NGL, huh? So NGL, I don't think I have a shortcut called NGL. So NGL, not going to lie. Not going to lie? Oh, gonna lie. And then we have, what do we got here? We got TBF, and I don't think I have a TBF. Nope. And TBF is to be fair. And I should really do it like that so I know what the hell I typed to get that to pop up. Because anything kind of abbreviated like that can be kind of hard to find in my shortcuts later. TBF means, and then over here we go NGL means. Okay, that's in my notes. Okay, so, sorry, I use those pointless acronyms and every mess. No, that's fine. I mean, as long as I know what the hell you're talking about. Like, if you've looked at my code's batshit crazy and super terse, so it's not like I am staunchly against, being terse, like, Okay, so we got the stuff, so DTB is the namespace, right? Duct tape box. Cut is the subnamespace, right? Cutting sheets. And then this is main, and this is version 4. Mirror, yes or no. External or interior panel. So it's either ext or I for this parameter, and then mirror is yes or no, y or n. So let's go look at the private function here. So we have, in here, we have the square, and then we have these rectangles, right? So what we're going to do here is we're just going to, if 1 equals 1, yeah, so we're just going to nuke all of this, right? So, cutting these to make sheets exactly 12 by 12 inches. Not enough space when you realize you lose quarter inch to kerf on the table. Saw when cutting 12 by 12 sheets from a 4-foot by 2-foot, right? So the idea is we're going to just remove this from this plan here, so that we can get something. We want to get something ready for the shop, and then we're probably going to leave early. I'm going to leave probably very soon, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. 5, 6, yeah. So I'm going to try to actually leave in the next 30 minutes, because I need to be able to get this working as quickly as possible. I need to like cut some of these boxes at the shop today, pack them with acrylic, take some photos, put it on Etsy, and just try to like get something where I can like put it up online and make some money. And I really want to sell these very expensive tables I'm working on, but we desperately need to just get something out there to generate some cash flow. So it's going to take a while. Like it's a month worth of just cutting just to get the table frame working, and we have like a few more days of cutting before we have a whole table, but we really gotta just get something working here. Now why the hell is this? Oh, because this is extra poking out on the right span. Okay, and so that we can just remove this because this is going to be centered now. So we can just go boom. We can nuke those transformations. We can just kind of move this over here. We can put this over here. We can put some dashes here so we can see the bounding box. Okay, let's rerun that. Let's go F4, see what that looks like. Okay, cool. So now we can say maybe 11 by 11. We can kind of like inset that a little bit more. And we got to figure out, we actually have to figure out the exact span of this crate. So, because the idea is that the laser cutter sometimes will not cut very nicely through this kind of stuff. So we want to get the bounds to exactly the exact bounds so that we can just flip the material on the laser cutter. So we can cut halfway through from one side, flip it over, cut halfway through on the other side, and that'll be helpful, right? And because the model is completely symmetrical, now that we've removed those other parts, we don't even have to make two different blueprints, right? We can use the same blueprint, and since this is completely symmetrical, we can just flip the thing, right? So it looks like we're maybe, it's probably like 10.5 by 10.5 is what that looks like. Now, I do everything based on quarter inches, so if it looks like a quarter inch, it probably is a quarter inch. Because there's no like 16ths or 32nds, right? So it's kind of like, why do really odd increments, right? So let's do a point. So that actually looks correct. Actually, let's try to render that really quick. Render the path, and let's just hackishly kind of zoom in here. But that looks correct. That looks like the exact bounds that we need, right? So that like looks correct. Now, if we do PT for point, right? So if we change the bounding box style to a point, we'll know pretty quickly because I think the whole thing will just disappear. So let's do this and go F4 and see if we zoom in. I don't want to see anything hanging off the tip here, right? And it doesn't look like I do. Now, if we change this to 10.75 instead of 0.5, right? And we try to like re-render this, right? Go F4. We should see like a little thing, yeah. We should see this little point, right? Now if we go 10.6, right? And we run this again, we should see this kind of like in here, right? So this point is used to establish the bounds, right? So when it is 10.5 by 10.5, that looks like it's exactly overlaid over here, right? The reason why I have this little boundings box calculation thing here is because when we export this model, The canvas size is going to be based on the bounding box, the geometry. And so we need to be able to control that exact canvas size so that when we send it to the laser cutter, we can kind of predictably know where the beginning and the ends of the path are, right? We want to know, we got to know when we put down that piece of wood and we say cut, we want to know exactly what's going to happen. And in order for that to work properly, we need to be able to make absolutely sure that these bounds are exactly 10.5 by 10.5. If we start to make the bounds something odd, like 10.375 or something like that, things will get out of control. So we create a little bounding box around the geometry to make absolutely sure that when we export this, we get what we're going for here. So 10.5 by 10.5. So I gotta go to the shop and I have to cut something. I have to cut some slabs of wood that are completely square and they're gonna be exactly 10.5 by 10.5. So I can just flip this over and cut from the other side to get through some of the tougher parts of the wood. Okay, so we got this. We're going to file export this as an SVG, and we're going to what are we going to save this as? I guess we're saving this as, I guess we don't actually have to mirror this, because it's completely symmetrical. So, cancel this. Hold on. So we got way too many function names here. Mirror exterior, interior. So really we just need exterior and interior. There's no need to create a mirrored version of this, right? Because we're just going to flip the whole thing over. It's completely symmetrical. So let's just call this like this, and then let's get rid of this. And let's just slim this down. Let's not have a whole bunch of extra code that we don't actually need. So let's remove this. And then we're not going to have this second parameter of if we need to mirror it or not. We're just going to remove that. And this is a shorthand version. So this is shorthand version. This is a shorthand version of that. Okay, cool. Exterior, interior. And then over here we have this mirror variable. So we're going to look at this mirror variable. And we're not going to mirror it at all. So we're going to remove the mirror. And then we're just going to say, I guess we're going to just mirror it with a 0 to make sure that we accounted for it, to say there's a reason why we didn't do this. And so we're going to say, no need to supply mirror param to version 4. Because model has symmetrical topology. Just flip over the wood on the laser cutter and use the same blueprints to cut the other side. Right, so that's basically what's going on there. Okay, cool. And then, so this main function calls this private function, and then blah, blah, blah. So, okay, cool. So then we're going to take this external, right? So this is the external, and we're going to close this, and we're going to close this, and we're going to go back in here, and we're going to delete this. We're going to go, actually, no, we're going to rename this. I'm going to go rename v4e, and then we're going to open it with Notepad++, and we're just going to change this, right? So external like that is all it's going to be called. Very short name, just so that I can name the blueprints based on the command that it's called. So let's go open this in the folder. Let's go view that. Make sure that that looks correct to us. Right, so okay, cool, cool, cool. And then we also want to copy this, and we want one more. We want an external, and we also want an interior. So v4i, so we're going to say this as v4i.scad. And then we'll open that up as well. So we'll just go right over here, and we'll look at the internal is just the other side without the decals. That's all that is. So if we go look at this, it's the exact same shape, except there's no text on this, right? So the idea is that the cutting path for around here is going to need to be cut either at a stronger setting to cut all the way through the wood, or we're going to have to cut this path more than once to cut through all the wood. But the other design, this design, we just want to engrave these letters by using vector, right? Because it vector engrave it, basically. So we got this. Let's go export this. So let's go render this as a kind of like a SVG path. And then once we have this, we're going to save this as SVG. And then we're going to go into Inkscape and we're going to do some editing. And then we're going to try to get out of here and get to the shop. So File, and we're going to export as SVG. And we're in the v4 folder. So v4e.svg, I'm going to make that capital. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to do the same thing. So we're going to render this. We're going to go File. We're going to go Export. We're going to save as an SVG. And then we're going to go v4i.svg. And then we got that going. And now we just want to open these up in Inkscape and get these going. So let's go open with Inkscape Vector Graphics Editor. And we're going to make a file. We're going to call it like v4 or something like that. We're going to just take everything and we're going to composite it together. So if we can get Inkscape open. Inkscape kind of like opens in the... Inkscape does not like multiple monitors, it seems, so it can be kind of unruly here. Okay, so we got this, and we're just going to select this whole thing here, and we're going to go into the stroke style, and we're going to make it 0.001 pixels. We just need to make it sufficiently thin enough to where it thinks that it is a cutting path, right? So the way the software works is it needs to be thin enough where it thinks it's a cutting path. And we're going to go File, and we're going to save as. And we're going to name this v4.svg. Save that. We're going to go into Layers. So we're going to open the Layers here. And we're going to select all this, Control-X, and we're going to make a layer called Layer 1. And we're going to add that. And then we're going to go Edit, and we're going to paste that in place. So not change it around at all. Then we're going to lock and hide this, and then we're going to open the other thing. So where are we? We are not in the correct folder here. So let's go into the duct tape box folder. We're going to go find that version 4, and we want the interior design that doesn't have the decals on it. So we're just going to take that, open it up. And once again, Inkscape does not like multiple monitors, and it also opened up another instance, which is kind of like, ugly. But yeah, so this just doesn't have the decal. I'm just going to take that, and I'm going to go, I'm going to go into the stroke style, and, oh wait, object, fill in stroke, and we're going to look in the stroke style. We're going to set this to, or not. Did we just nuke this? Oh, no, we're over here. Okay. Stroke style, right? 0.001 pixels. Hit enter, right? And we're just kind of like make absolutely sure that's correct. Okay, cool. Now we're going to take this and go Control Copy. We're going to go into our other editor. We're going to close this. We're going to look at our layers, and we're just going to create a layer 2. So we're going to go L2, Add. We're going to go Edit, and we're going to paste in place. And then I'm hoping it only takes like 4 passes on each side to get through here, right? Now, I could be wrong, and maybe it'll take more, but I'm thinking that it takes 6 passes with 1/8-inch thick acrylic to get all the way through. This is 1/4-inch thick, so you're thinking instead of 6 passes, maybe 12 passes, but I'm thinking maybe if I'm lucky, I can do 4 passes on each side, and that will be a total of 8 passes, and hopefully that will be enough to cut through, all the way through. I don't know. We'll have to test it, but the less cutting we can do, the better, right? So let's duplicate this another time, add, and we're going to go edit, paste in place. And then we're going to do this one more time. We're going to do and edit, and we're going to do a paste in place, right? Or actually, that was wrong. Let's Control A, delete that, because I think I may have pasted here. Let's go edit, paste in place. Okay, now make another layer. And then we're going to go edit, and we're going to paste in place, right? So now that we have this layer, we got this layer, we got this layer, we got this layer. And maybe we should have done it this way. Like, which one? Oh, Control Z. How do we get this up? So is it this the top one? Like, how do we see? Oh, is it just because? Okay, let's not worry about it. So we know it's there. We know the one. Let's keep the layer 1 on the top. So we know it's all there, right? When we export this to PDF, we're not going to be able to see this. But we just know that it has everything we need. So we're going to file, save as, and we're going to save it as like v4 dot 6t. So we know that we're going to cut it. Actually, it's not 6t. It's 4 times, right? So it's 4 times. It's 4 passes on the laser cutter over and over again. I find that when you do multiple passes, rather than, instead of making the laser slow and high power and cutting one path, we can just cut over the path multiple times at a high speed and high power, and we get a lot better line quality that way. So we'll save this v4 4 times.svg. We'll save that. And then we'll also go File, and we'll say Save As, and we'll make a PDF of this, right? So PDF and .pdf, save that. Okay. And then we got to go close this, close without saving, close without saving. And we just got to change some of the names here because Inkscape is kind of stupid with extensions. So if you make the SVG and PDF extensions capital, it doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. So that's why we have these PDF.pdfs and these SVGs.svg. So we got to clean that up really quick. And let's just take a glance in our PDF reader. Make sure that that looks kind of like essentially correct, and that does look correct. So a little spot check there. And then we also want to get the just the bones, right? So I don't know how much we want to focus on this. So let's just say we have these things external and interior. Let's create 2 more of these, and let's just call this B for bone. Okay, so B for bone. And we got to put these on a different cutting sheet, and we're going to make blanks that are exactly whatever the size these are as well. So we're going to say main V4 B, exterior and interior. And then these are kind of long-handed wrappers as well. So we'll take these, and we'll make these underscore B. We'll make this underscore B as well. And then we'll go down here. And right, so we have this kind of pattern of how we decided to kind of do this. So we might as well kind of stick to that pattern, right? So I think we can indent one more time without losing anything. We can clean up some of the extra kind of like spaces here that aren't extra padding that isn't really doing us anything. And then we can just make a dashed line right here to separate the new section of functions. And then remember that we're going to name this underscore B, so v4 underscore B. And then this is private underscore B. This is private underscore B here. All right, so these are the B functions, right? So these things here. And then in here, it's actually the other way around. It's just the, yeah, so this is just, This is just the rect now. So let's just steal this. Let's delete this. We got a lot of extra stuff in here. We're not actually going to transform this any, but we could leave this here to explicitly say there's no transform. And instead of the square, it's the rectangle part, right? So if we look in our notes, we should see that at some point we cut squares and rectangles, right? So here's a rectangle part, here's a square part. It's the rectangle part that we want to cut now, which is the rectangular sides of the box, which is a square in shape. And 10.5 by 10.5, probably not correct. But let's take the names, right? So V4EB, let's take those. Let's open up this, right? And that's a good starting off point. So let's close this. Let's go over here. Oops, file new. I don't know if I'm going to get the shop in time. So V4E_B, right? So save this. And we're going to go into our cut folder. We're going to go in V4. We're going to call this V4E_B dot scad. V4E for exterior. And then we're going to take this, copy it. We're going to go over here. We're going to make another one. We're going to call it V4I for interior B. And it's like, should we have named it A and B, or maybe we should have named it R for rectangle? At this point, yes, maybe that's what we should have done. But look, we just got to get out of here, right? So V4I dot B dot scad, right? So I feel like maybe B was not the best name, right? Maybe we should have named it like S for square, R for rectangle. However, we just need to get on out of here. So let's open this up and let's start modifying the bounding rectangle around this part to figure out exactly what the bounds are. So we can see this bounding rectangle obviously is way too big, right? So we can go into the main cutting sheet folder and we can look at B, right? So no need to mirror. So let's say no need. So instead of duplicating that comment and taking up a whole bunch of column space, we can just say no need to mirror. And we can keep that commentary here, in here, but we can just keep the little hashtag stamp here, and then we can keep it here, and then we know that this is a summary comment of what this comment is, rather than duplicate that big block comment. So we got that, and now we just got to change this, right? So we're thinking that maybe this is like, 4 inches, 3 inches, let's say 3 by 10.5 maybe. So save that, go F4 over here to refresh this, and we got that inverted, so we'll have to change that. Let's go look at this again, and let's just, we actually want to see the whole path, and then we also want to invert this. So it's going to be 10.5 by maybe 3, I'd say, and then let's go over here, F4. So that bounds isn't quite correct, so maybe 2 inches, maybe? So it's a pretty thin box, right? It's just like 10 sheets of 1/8 inch thick acrylic that are inside of it, right? So let's go F4, and looks like we're almost exactly there, except maybe a 1/4 of an inch, right? So instead of 10.5, it might be like 10.25, and then let's go look at that, see if that looks correct. So actually F4. Oops, my bad. That's still 10.5. This is a 1.75, probably. My bad. Okay, let's look at that. That looks about correct. The next thing we might want to do is change this to a point, PT, so that we can kind of look at it a little bit closer. But if it looks like it is, it probably is, right? Because everything's on 4th increments. So that looks about correct. And that dot kind of lines up with here pretty well. Yeah, I'd say that's exactly what we need. So these points are to create the exact bounding box. Now the exact bounding box is probably going to be this no matter what, but we just want to ensure that the bounding box is something that's kind of like doesn't have too many significant digits. Otherwise, the laser cutter drivers don't have that much precision, right? So they only have like 2 decimal places worth of precision. So we want to kind of control that bounding box to have it kind of well-rounded. Okay, so if we kind of like make the bounding box points super, super small, they'll only be like, you can't even see them anymore, but they're still there, but they're just kind of very small now. So, okay, we got this. We're going to go File, we're going to go Export, and we're going to export as SVG, and I just realized that we probably need to know that this is 10.5 by 1.75, so we probably should put that in the name, so that we know what the heck we're doing later, because otherwise we're not going to know. Actually, let's put that in the final blueprint. Let's just keep this like that, and then in the final blueprint, that's the PDF file that's ready to cut. We'll rename that to what it needs to be. Okay, so we got that. Now, we also need to do the interior panel, so let's go open this in Explorer. Let's double-click this. Let's close this. Let's wait for it to open. Let's F4 to render. Let's zoom extents. And so, same exact deal, except there's no writing on this, right? So we'll render that. We'll go File. We'll export. We'll export it as SVG. And we'll just say v4i.b.svg. That's fine. And we'll save that, right? Okay, cool. So we got that. Let's go open that up in OpenSCAD. So we're going to open this with, oops, wrong thing. So this is SVG file. Open with, did I say OpenSCAD? I meant Inkscape. So we got to open this up in Inkscape, and we just gotta get this rolling here. So here we go. We got this. And we need to just clean it up and get it ready to go. So if we can double check and look at the document properties, make exactly sure that the bounding box is correct. So we can go look in inches. 10.5 by 1.75. I was pretty confident earlier. That's why I did not check it the last time. So select everything, go into Object, Fill in Stroke. And for the laser cutter settings, we need to set this to 0.001 to make the lines kind of thin enough. And then what we're going to do is we're going to File, and we're going to Save As, and we're just going to call this v4eb dot underscore dot 4 times dot svg, right? We're going to try to cut the path 4 times in a row in order to get deep enough cuts, right? So instead of cutting it on high power, we're just going to cut multiple times, right? So that's why we're making multiple layers. So we're going to save this like that, and then we're going to open the layers without the logos. So internal, v4i, I for internal, -b for the rectangular pieces rather than the square pieces. Okay, so we're going to open that up, and once again, Inkscape does not like multiple monitors, so I got to go pull this from who knows where back into my monitor space here, and we're going to select all this. We're going to go into the stroke style. We're going to go 0.001, hit enter. Okay, we're going to take all this again. We're going to go Control Copy. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to edit those layers, right? So we're going to go in Layers, and oh, actually, hold on, my bad. First, we're going to select all this. Then we're going to actually make a layer 1, right? And then we're going to edit, and we're going to paste in place, right? So we got the part with the actual engraving on it. And then for layer 2, we're going to go into this file, right? And we're going to go Control-A, Control-Copy, right? And then we're going to go over here, and we're going to go Edit, Paste in Place, right? And then we're going to do that 2 more times, and hopefully that'll be enough cuts for one side, right? And then we'll flip it over and cut it on the other side, right? Because this is... Ooh, hold on. So maybe not, because it's not perfectly symmetrical, is it? So we'll have to fix that, won't we? Yeah, it's not perfect. If we flip that around and then try to cut it again, oh, that's not. This is not a perfectly symmetrical part. We have to make a mirror image of this. My bad. This file is still good. It's just that we have to account for that. I didn't realize that. So, so first of all, where the heck are we? Oh, I see. So different Oh, that is annoying. Let's close this one. So the UI, that seems kind of buggy. Okay, anyways, let's open up the layers. So here's this layer, here's that layer. Control A, Control copy. Okay, and then layer 3, add, and then edit, and then we're going to paste in place. Okay, and then we'll close this, and then layer 4, add, and then we'll do edit, and we'll do a paste in place, right? So, okay, so now we got, boom, we got that, we got that, we got that, we got that, right? Okay, cool. So now the next thing is, we'll just unhide all those, and we'll file, we'll save that, right? This is my 4 times, cut, save, and then we'll file, save a PDF of this, right? So we'll save as portable format, PDF. Okay, and then sure, .4t.pdf, and we'll save it. Okay, and then we also need close without saving, and then we'll close this without saving, close without saving. So this needs to be cleaned up, these names, right? They have pdf.pdf. Let's change that, because Inkscape is stupid, so just change that around. And yeah, so we need a mirror image version. So let's go into the source code for this. And yeah, I screwed that up. So the mirror variable that we had in some other code where we kind of like could supply it like a mirror value, we actually do want to supply that. So a mirror value, mirror yn, and so we want to kind of do this kind of stuff here, right? So we want to go in here into this thing here, B for the, so the thing where I said no need to mirror, I am totally wrong. We actually do need to mirror that. So we're going to say v4 private B, right? So v4 private B, right? This thing here. And it calls this, and it does all this stuff. And we either don't mirror it, no, or we do mirror it. Okay? And so we're going to just say that this is, how do we wrap these ones, right? We said N for no mirror, and then Y for yes mirror. Okay. So why not just call it, since we already have a B, we'll just say this is for M for mirror. I don't know. It's like we don't have to be totally perfect about this. And this is going to be a wrapper for this, but it's going to have a Y for mirroring, right? So v4e calls this the M for mirror, and then this one over here is just going to be a no, N for no. And this part doesn't need to be mirrored at all, right? So this doesn't need to be mirrored at all. So this wrapper function is a little bit different from the other one because it just doesn't need to do that. So we got this. What about this stuff? So we got this here. So this is, instead of taking ext, it's going to take ext, and then it's going to take a N for no, don't mirror me, BS for bone. And then over here, we're going to paste this, and it's going to be M is for mirror. M for mirror. And this is going to be a yes, right? Yes is for mirror. Y for yes, do mirror. Okay. So both of these, right, either supply with a Y or an N. And this right here is not... so why do I have... Oh, because M is for mirror, so this needs to be underscore M. This needs to be underscore M like that. So this is the shortest hand wrapper for this function here. And... Oh, and this is actually going to call... this function, right? So this function, the B function with either a mirror parameter or a no mirror parameter. That's kind of ugly the way I'm doing this, but we just get it working, right? So we got these things. Let's go steal some of this code here. Oops. Steal some of this code here. Let's go over here. Let's go File, New. Let's paste this code. And instead of calling the B function, we're going to call the M function external. So this is version 4 external mirror. Okay. So we're going to save that, and we're going to call this, in our cutting file, in the v4 file, we're going to call this v4 external and m.scad, right? Then we're going to take all this, copy it, file, new, and we're going to paste this, and then we're going to go v4 internal mirror. So internal. Okay. And then we're going to take that function call, and that's actually going to be the name of the file, right? So .scad, right? And then what we can do is we can open up both of these. So these are both of our mirror files, so we can double-click them, and we can make sure that they are actually looking proper, because maybe we screwed something up horribly, which it does look like we did. Unknown variable mirror yn. So yes, we did screw something up. So let's go look at how we've been cutting and pasting all over the place. We don't know what we're doing. So this v4b thing right here takes a mirror variable, which we did not specify, so we got to paste that in there as the second parameter. And then if we take a look at this, it looks like everything is honky-dory, right? So go over here, look at this, and then go over here, and then look at this, and notice that everything's going to be upside down, right? So the idea is that we're going to flip over the wood, and then we're going to just keep on cutting like we were cutting previously, but on the other side of the wood, so that the laser can get all the way through the wood faster, right? So if we start with a square rectangle that's exactly the size we need and just cut this, it's just going to be a lot easier. So we're going to go File, and we're going to go Export as SVG. And we are going to say v4, this was what? This is, oh look, it already says v4 internal.m for mirror.svg. So we can save that like that, right? Then we can go over here and go File, we're going to export it as SVG, and we're going to say v4 external.m.svg, m for mirror.svg. Save that. Okay, cool. So now that we have that, we have something that we can, now that I realize that I didn't actually need that. I actually do not need that, because we're going to, we're thinking we're going to focus on cutting these out of the scrap acrylic and not the actual wood, right? So we just want to save on some of the wood, and if we can get these sides made with acrylic, then we don't have to go that far. So maybe I shouldn't have even made this file. So that means that I'm kind of ready to go. I'm kind of ready to get on out of here and go to the shop. So I don't think we actually need this, because I think I'm just going to concentrate on cutting these slugs of wood. So let's make some notes here. So let's close this for a second, and let's go look at the main file here. And if we look at the box shape, right, we have 10.5 by 10.5, right? So we might want to make some notes. So we might want to go in here and go New Text Document, and we might want to say cutting notes.txt, and then in here we're just going to say squares take slugs of wood that are exactly 10.5 by 10.5 inches. Okay, so the speed is going to be 80%. Any faster than that starts to lack precision, I notice. Like the there's too much gear thrash when you go too fast. So 80% is about as fast as we can go. We can go at 100% power though, because we're going fast enough to where the very strong power is not going to burn a very wide hole, because we're traveling at a fast enough speed. And the hertz of the laser, we use 499 hertz, 4,999 hertz. So we use a prime number because I think that will help since we're cutting multiple passes. The little pulses from the laser hopefully will not completely overlap from the individual passes, right? We want to avoid a perforation problem. So if we use these settings, usually that's going to be okay. So we'll take that. That's our settings, 10.5 by 10.5 inches. Let's close this, let's close that, let's double check that. Yeah, 10.5 by 10.5, that's good. And before we get out of here, we want to go to the root of this, right? We want to go to the root, and we want to do a git bash here, and we want to do a git status, no terminals, oh god, no. Just my luck. Let's go Control-Alt-Delete, so that must mean there's some terminals that haven't been closed. So yes, open this, and let's just look for what mysys or git bash or bash or let's if it says bash.exe, let's there's only one of them. That's kind of worrisome. Okay, so let's git bash here and hope that it doesn't screw us over. Okay, so I don't know why there was only one thing open. So git status, usually like I have a whole bunch of terminals open. Git commit.am, the shop, and cut boxes. Okay, so we're gonna get the shop, we're gonna cut boxes, and then we're going to git remote-v, git push, and we're going to push to GitHub and master. I'm going to go push that up to GitHub. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go grab our thumb drive, make sure that's plugged in. It might already be plugged in. No, it's not, because we have the camera plugged in. We're going to go plug in that thumb drive, and we're going to try to get out here at 6:30, so maybe we don't have enough time to cut some slugs, but we'll try. So, let's see. Yeah, that's not plugged in. I just realized since we're not flipping the wood over that we actually need like a 6-time path. We'll kind of get to that when we get to it. Actually, git status. Okay, so git, we're good here. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to, there's no way we're going to get to the shop, cut the wood in time. So we're just going to concentrate on cutting the sides of the box with the scrap acrylic, right? So we're going to take the scrap acrylic that we have, and we're just going to try to cut those sides of the box, because we're going to need 8 cuts. We're going to need to stamp out 8 pieces for every box. Every box has 4 sides, 4 like rectangular sides, and the material is an 1/8 inch thick, but the wood is a 1/4 inch thick. So to get everything to kind of line up together, we're going to do 2 cuts, 2 of each. And hopefully that will be, yeah, hopefully that'll be good enough. I don't know. We should probably, well, I mean, we can pad it with like a, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Let me think here. Yeah, we just got to do this. So model, we got to do something. So, so this duct tape box here, we need to go into the cutting. We need to go into version 4, and we need to go find the version 4 v4 external. And this is the, so this one, open with, and we're going to open it with Inkscape. And if this is just going to be cut with acrylic, then we actually need to do this 4 times. So let's go layer, and we're going to save the go layers, and we're going to go file. We're going to save this as. We're going to save this as 6 times. So .6t.svg, and then we're going to just we're going to lock these and hide these, and then we're going to unlock this one. We're going to select this, go Control Copy, and then we're going to duplicate this layer, L5, right? And then after we've duplicated that, we're going to just we're going to go Edit, and we're going to paste in place, and then we're going to duplicate, make one more layer. We're going to go Edit, and we're going to paste in place, and so we have these here, and now we have this. That's kind of ready to go, right? So if we're not going to flip over the wood, because we're going to cut with acrylic, then we want to do 6 passes, 80% speed, 100% power. That should be good enough to go. So 16, okay, yeah. So we're going to save that, and then we're going to go File, and we're going to go Save As, right? And then we're going to export this as a PDF. So saving it a .pdf, 6 times .pdf. Save that, okay. Then we're going to close this, close without saving, and then we're going to take this and rename these horrible names here. Okay. Okay, cool. So now, if we just spot check this really quick, and also let me check my, yeah, so we're going to spot check this really quick, and that does actually look correct. So it looks correct. But yeah, I'm not going to have time. It's 5:33. Well, actually 6. If we get there at 6, yeah, actually maybe I still have time. I have time if I get out of here. If I get out of here right now, I'll be good. So we're gonna go up to the root. We're gonna do a git bash here. We're gonna do a git status, and we're gonna do a git add dot and git commit dash am git to. Okay, and then we're going to do git push GitHub master. And then after we push this up to GitHub, we're going to go open up our thumb drive, because we're going to take the thumb drive to the shop, because the shop does not have GitHub, right? So we're going to go Windows E. We're going to go to our thumb drive, which I believe is called multi-boot. Yeah, it's called multi-boot. Don't ask me why. I don't know. So in the utility patent folder for this, we're going to go git bash here. We're going to do a git status. And then we're going to do git pull, because I guarantee that git status message is not correct, because we didn't do a git fetch, but let's just do a git pull. And then, yep, so now if we do a git status, well, we can just see it in this like summary, right? Those are the things I'm looking for, version 4, right? So that looks good to me. I'm done there. I'm ready to take that to the shop. And before I go to the shop, some of the stuff Wondable was saying was actually really useful. So I just want to take all of the chat, and I just want to put that into a save file, because I know that that if I don't back this stuff up, that it's just gonna evaporate over time. So I'm just gonna save that. And what video are we on? We are on video number 1. Oh God, is the screen? How long has the screen been black for? How long? What is the? You know what? We gotta on it. Skype has kind of screwed with my my stream, hasn't it? Yeah, Skype has been screwing with my stream. How long has that been blacked out for? I don't know how long that's been blacked out for, because no one's told me, because no one's watching. Okay. So that sucks. So let's, I'm gonna have to delete Skype. I just installed it today, but I'm gonna have to delete Skype, because that's not cool. Okay, so anyways, Twitch, I'm gonna say this in Twitch. I'm gonna go save it in logs, and the video number is 171, DNS help. I'm gonna name it DNS help, and then, save that, full file pass to clipboard, and then we're just gonna edit file, DNS help Twitch DNS help. Okay, I'm going to end the stream, and then I'm going to see if this recording actually did black everything out, or maybe it's just that I don't see it correctly in OBS. But I think that, yeah, is everything black for you? Yeah, it's black for me. Yeah, so this has not happened to me before. I just installed, what do you call it? Skype, and it's already fucking me over. I hate Skype. I hate Skype, man. We're gonna quit Skype. We're gonna quit Skype, and then we're gonna go and uninstall Skype before we uninstall a program. We're gonna go into the control panel. We're uninstalling it right now because oh, is it one of these things? Let's go find installed on Skype. Let's go uninstall Skype. Yes, uninstall Skype. Yes, I'm sure. This is why, like, people, like, kind of, like, ask, like, oh, why do you try to, like, keep your installed programs list, like, so small, right? Like, what the hell, like, people think that, like, people think you're just OCD when you, like, try to keep the number of things installed, like, very small. But the more moving parts you have, the worse, right? The more moving parts you have, the more things that can go wrong. And yeah, in a perfect world, yeah, installing Skype shouldn't, mess with everything else. But guess what? It did. So, yeah, I'm out of here. I gotta go to the shop. I'll be back in 3 to 4 hours. But yeah, if you wanna help with web stuff, we can continue trying to get you set up. Okay, yeah. Next time you're around, if you want to try to get set up and get this working, okay, yeah. If I see you, I see you. If I don't, I don't. But I'm out of here. So I'll see you later. But I'm gonna stop the stream now because it's kind of pointless. It's all black.